Hello everybody, welcome back to True Crime Metrix. Yes, it is my birthday. Thank you so much to the well wishers, and welcome Christina, Deborah, Rockhill, Spacey Dove, and everybody else there. Borin Kano 34, welcome back, Borin. Good to see you, Borin. Okay, we're going to be having a look at Wendi Adelson. Why? Well, I just wanted to do something today, as it's my birthday. And we're welcoming back so many of our former great, long-standing moderators. Spacey Dove, Christina, Riding Shotgun, Neverly Darling. They're all here. You all know them. You all love them. Say hello. I wanted to go back to Wendi, because Wendi is where it all began 2 years ago. Talking about Wendi. And what is going on with her now? I mean, who knows? Let's just play the video. This is the best version that you have ever seen. We did some fantastic color correction. Look at that. It's so vibrant and alive. What is going through her head right there, huh? The plan. Where am I at with the plan? Okay, we did the TV. We did the lunch. We did the bourbon. My personal opinion, the words murder never crossed Wendi's lips. There was no planning with Katie McBanower at the beach on Father's Day. I mean, no disrespect to anybody, but Grish's opinion the other day, I don't know how many of you caught the show where Grish chimed in and we had a conversation. You can check it out on our channel page. But I just have, with all of the stuff that pisses me off about, I wonder why. I mean, Grish doesn't piss me off. I respect Grish and it's all good, but I just could not believe the ideas that he's pushing. Sigfredo is top tier. What was that thing about? He said that Lewis put a picture of an owl on Instagram because he'd seen Wendi wearing a t-shirt with a picture of an owl on it. So in the off chance that she happened to check his Instagram that day, she would know that he was sending a message to her. I mean, it's like so beyond anything I can even comprehend. I mean, I don't even know why anybody would want to take it to that level. I don't understand.
Do you have your ID with you?
I just listened to my voicemail.
What'd you hear?
I
Who
just,
was your voicemail?
It's from Lisa Carey, who is my real estate agent, or who I had gone with to find a house. She just said she was driving around town and she heard there was a shooting on Trescott.
Yeah, that's what this is about. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if I should.
It's all right, just leave it there. Is it still on?
It's right there.
Do you want to just hit play again for me?
Sure.
Hey, it's Lisa Carey. It is Friday, and I feel like an idiot doing this, but I just heard that there was a shooting over on Trescott, and I promise I'm not trying to be dramatic or even nosy. I don't know, just checking on you, my friend. I hope all is well. I hope your sweet boys are well, and if there's anything you need, let me know. It just ran a chill down my spine when I heard that there was something going on Trescott. All right, 212-3083. Hope all is well, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
You know, the spooky thing about this interrogation is that there is so much. There is so much that played into Wendy's favor. That call just played at that moment. Wendy couldn't have predicted that. Wendy couldn't have made that part of her plan. Hey, you know, maybe I can orchestrate for Lisa Curry to give me a call of concern. Hey, I just heard there was a shooting on Trescott. I hope you're okay. I hope Danny didn't fly into a rage and beat you like he did in your marriage. I mean, so much as we go through the interrogation, but I think it's the Chinese that say that luck is the residue of design. Or is it the Japanese? One of those two. They say luck is the residue of design. And I think that statement plays a part within Wendi Adelson. Too much goes her way in this. That was so perfectly timed. She happened to get a voicemail right as General Eisen comes in. She's just heard it without him in the room and can confidently play it back. Nothing to hide. He just says, he doesn't even ask, would you mind playing it back? He says, play it back for me. You know? One more time. Perfect. Incredible.
Or who I.
So Isom gets back in.
Do you have your ID with you?
I just listened to my voicemail.
What'd you hear?
I
Who was
just,
your voicemail?
it's from Lisa Carey, who is my real estate agent, or who I had gone with to find a house. She just said she was driving around town and she heard there was a shooting on Trescott.
Yeah, that's what this is.
So Christina wants us to do a poll about, what is it? Many believe that Wendi won't be arrested until after Charlie's appeal process, or who thinks Charlie will eventually turn on her. Okay. Well, yeah, the second one. Let's do it. What about a goal? We need a fantastic True Crime Metrix birthday goal on the channel today. But first, a poll. Will Charlie eventually what? Turn Wendi in. Yes or no? Black or white? Vote.
Is about. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way.
I'm sorry. I didn't know if I should.
It's all right. Just leave it there. Is it still on?
It's right there.
Do you want to just hit play again for me?
Sure.
Hey, it's Lisa Carey. It is Friday, and I feel like an idiot doing this, but I just heard that there was a shooting over on Trescott, and I promise I'm not trying to be dramatic or even nosy. I don't know. Just checking on you, my friend. I hope all is well. I hope your sweet boys are well, and if there's anything you need, let me know. It just ran a chill down my spine when I heard that there was something going on Trescott. All right, 212-3083. I hope all is well, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
That's all right. You can stop it. Or does it stop automatically?
It's done.
Okay. Do you have your identification with you? So you never...
Neverly, welcome, hello. Good to see you, Neverly.
took the last name of Markle?
No.
A-D-E-L.
Michelle,
Yes.
David, Celia.
Okay. Wendy with an I. Joe. All right. There was a shooting at your home, or your ex-husband's home, at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, Daniel, all right, has been taken.
Where is the point that Wendy jumps off the cliff and goes into emotional overload? Because as he's bringing her this information right now, she's all like, oh, and what? And what? But there's a point. What is that point? Let's just go back a second. With this, you know what I really want to do? And I think it's actually a really big project. But the Wendi Adelson interview, if you imagined it in hour by hour chapters, it's about, what, 5.5 hours? Something like that. What is it? Five hours, 5 minutes on this version. But if you imagined it in hour chunks and then broke that down hour by hour, how would that work? I mean, a really obvious one is where Jane comes in. That would be its own chapter, which I believe does last for about an hour. Jane is in the picture for around about an hour, maybe a little bit less, 45 minutes. But that 1 hour where Jane is in there, there's multiple chapters that could be broken down into that. There's the important statements. Is Jeff this much of a lunatic? There's the cackling laughter, which is just fucking sick in retrospect. And what's really telling is that victim advocate Sarah, who's in there alone, well, with Wendy and Jane, but instantly Sarah, victim advocate, who's supposed to be kind of a, well, I don't know about a driving force, but an anchor in the room, right? She's the victim advocate. She's the voice of calm in the storm of despair, right? That's what she's there to do. And she instantly, oh, this is Sarah, who is it now? Sarah somebody. This is Sarah Latour. Oh, do you speak Spanish? I speak Spanish. Fluent in Spanish. Should we see Wendy speaking Spanish? Let's cut to that for a moment. I think it's on, what is the channel? Spill the Crime something. Coffee. Buy me a birthday coffee on buymeabirthdaycoffee.com/true crime Metrix. You see now, I don't speak Spanish. You know, I can order breakfast. That's about it. I speak a little bit of Portuguese. But it's so funny, you know, when Portuguese go to Spain, they can get by. Spanish come to Portugal, they don't know what the fuck is going on. It's so funny. I'll put it on this one.
Dijo, vamos a pagar un poco lo bien que me ha ido a mí ayudar a las demás personas. ¿Cómo funciona este fondo?
Bueno, lo que pasa es que ahorita estamos recaudando fondos para ayudar a dos organizaciones específicamente, Catholic Legal Services and Americans for Immigrant Justice. Y están organizaciones que están en Miami y la gente puede llamar a las organizaciones para ayudar y estamos dando dinero a las organizaciones para tener más abogados que pueden ayudar a la gente.
Entonces, la organización de ustedes, o sea, aportan el dinero, consiguen fondos, dinero de todas partes y ese dinero se lo pasan a otras entidades no lucrativas que tienen abogados de inmigración que ayudan al resto de la gente. Ahora, la persona que está aquí indocumentada, ¿cómo puede acceder a ese fondo? ¿Cuál es el proceso?
Bueno, el proceso es primero puede mirar a nuestra página de web y después para llamar a las organizaciones directamente para preguntar sobre su caso y lo que necesita y hay abogados que pueden ayudarles.
Bueno, como está recién empezada, sabemos que comienza aquí en Miami el Impact, pero ustedes están planeando quizás más adelante extenderlo. Pero en este momento, ¿a quién beneficia? ¿Es nada más aquí en el sur de la Florida?
Bueno, aquí hay mucha gente que necesita la ayuda en Miami, así que estamos empezando aquí para tener el efecto máximo.
It sort of doesn't even look like her, right? I mean, you can barely tell that that's Wendi Adelson. I mean, I got to say that I was surprised that she could speak Spanish as well as this, even though I think a Spanish speaker. Do we have any Spanish speakers in the audience? Maybe. I don't know. I think a proper fluent Spanish speaker would be like, no. She's talking like muy bueno, señor, muy bueno. Uno biro. Por favoro.
Pero después vamos a estar, espero que sí, por todo el estado de Florida y eventualmente por los Estados Unidos.
Y ojalá que más negociantes y más personas que les ha ido muy bien sigan el ejemplo de Mike. Pero bueno, abogada, aprovechando su visita, aprovechando que usted está aquí, la semana pasada dimos la triste noticia de la eliminación del plan que ayuda a los papás de niños soñadores, el DAPA. Cuéntame de qué manera los soñadores pueden estar afectados, qué es lo que podría pasar.
Bueno, es triste por ahorita porque hay 3.6 millones de personas que que pueden ser aquí legalmente y ellos ahorita han perdido esta esperanza.
Okay, very impressive, Wendi. Thank you. Let's see more of your lies in English. I wonder how many lies there were in Spanish, right? I mean, you've got to think. If she does 9 lies a minute in English, then what would the ratio be to Spanish lies? Maybe 3 lies to every English lie? I don't know. Could be anything.
To the hospital. he's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's
Okay.
the bit, isn't it? That's the bit. Okay, he has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive. Oh my God! I was just talking to him this morning. A bit of a healthy split. Make sure you do vote in the poll, because will Charlie eventually turn Wendi in? Like just full on turn her in, saying, yes, she knew. I mean, what would the credibility of that be? Defense, Wendy's defense, if it was at her trial, would point to he's bitter. They would probably bring up many things about their relationship, about one-upmanship and so on. I mean, they would say that he just wants a softer pillow. He's done a deal with the prosecutor to get a softer pillow. Oh, by the way, thank you so much to MC Hamster, who says, thanks, Metric. Luck is the residue of design. Wendy's many men is the residue of treating red flags as interior decorating. Fucking hell. Got Confucius over here. Okay, let me break this down. Wendy's many men. Is it on the screen? It needs to be on the screen. Wendy's many men is the residue of treating red flags as interior decorating. Fuck. Can somebody unwind that for me? I want to understand it. I just don't right now.
I'm sorry, hard. I have a message from him this morning. What happened?
Well, before we get into everything, I have to establish where you were and who you were with and so forth.
You all know the text, the last text that Wendi Adelson sent to Dan Markell, don't you? The thing about, Dan wanted to take the boys swimming and very politely, cordially asked Wendi if he could pick the boys up at a certain time. Oh, I forget the details, but he was like, can I pick the boys up early to go swimming, basically. And she said, no, I am picking up the boys at 3:40. So your little swim idea is a no-go. And just imagine how Wendi felt knowing that. I'm not even sure that he replied. I don't think he did. I don't recall ever seeing a reply to that. But just imagine. What she must have felt. Unbelievable. Unbelievably sick. And the most incredible thing is, as long as this trial has been going on, as many trials that we've been through, what is it, 4? The joint trial, Katie 2, Charlie, Donna, 4 trials. And she's still out there. She's still in charge of those children who are fucked, by the way. Gone, done, forget it. There's no reuniting with the Markells. Unfortunately, if that had happened a few years ago, then they might have had hope. Now they've been indoctrinated, basically. Their souls, their pure Markell souls, have died. And they're little Charlie Adelson clones. Self-interested, liars, misogynists, racist, privileged. I mean, all of the shit things. You know, you take all of just people in general, take all of the things that you think, that's a bit shit. You know, a quality that someone has. Oh, they're a bit misogynistic. Or, oh, that was a bit fucking racist. Jesus Christ. In this day and age. Take all of the things, and every one of them Charlie has. Right? And now Ben and Lincoln have. Ironically, the only one that's gotten out of this alive, the only one that's escaped the Adelsons just because of their own birthing order, is Roman. Charlie's son, Ramen Noodles, Roman Noodleson. Roman Noodleson, that's what we called him, isn't it? He was 3 when Charlie went away. Dana was surely in his life for another, 2 years before she went away. And then Bree moved to North Carolina, so Harvey's not even in the picture. I'm sure Wendi isn't fucking interested either. I mean, apart from his mother, Roman's mother, Bree, being a bit of a fucking head case, he might be okay. He's the only one. He's the only one that might get out of this alive and with a bit of fucking coin as well.
Okay, and then once we've established all that, I can give you more details.
Okay.
Do you understand why I wanted you to come here before I discuss this?
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
I just don't understand. How could this happen?
Can you let me get over this hump, okay? Can we do that first? All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay. And
Oh my God. And I tried to drive up Trescott, and I saw that it was blocked.
It was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was
And I
blocked.
just thought, there's maybe some trees down or something. Because sometimes
Oh, you're saying as you drove down which one of the side roads?
when I'm going to a friend's party tonight, and it's a oh my God.
Okay, now we do the whole flip-flop thing, right? This is pre-planned. I'm going to a friend's party tonight, and it's even the thing about she can't remember what stock the bar party. She's like, it's called a shelf on the bar stock thing, because she wants to distance herself from drinking alcohol. Oh, I don't know anything about bourbon. Okay, well, that's fine. But you do drink alcohol, and quite a bit. I mean, to the point where you're, well, not live-in boyfriend, but, constantly around doing your babysitting and mopping your fucking kitchen floors, cunt. He said that you drink all the time. You'll have a bottle of red while cooking. By the time the food's ready, you're too drunk to care, so you open bottle number 2. That's what drinking your dinner means, right?
What am I even talking about? I needed to buy it's a stock the shelf engagement party, and so I went to buy bourbon.
Okay.
So I went to drive from my place up Trescott to get to ABC Liquor, and it was blocked, so I just turned around. I was on the phone at the time. I wasn't paying a lot of attention. So I just turned around and drove up the other way. I just thought, oh, sometimes when I lived there were electrical things that would happen. I left my house around 12:15 because I thought I'll get the bourbon and then I'll get some gas for the car and get super glue for one of the boys' toys. And I was trying to do all I can before meeting my two friends at 1.
Okay, who was at your house this morning?
The only person that was at my house this morning was a guy from Best Buy because my TV was broken and it's under warranty.
Easy for you.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, a guy from Best Buy was at your house to work on your TV?
I have his name and everything at the house if you want it, because the boys broke the TV, so he gave me a choice of fixing it or getting a new one.
What time did he come to the house?
He called me at around 8. He was probably there until around 10.
Okay.
And people still call this an alibi. I don't call it an alibi. The reason I don't call it an alibi is because it's not a confirmed appointment. It's a window. And I guess it lends itself to an alibi by becoming, why would I book something that was between 8 and noon if I had to go and commit a murder at 11? And please, somebody tell me, what is Grish's thing about Wendi going down to Trescott to watch the murder happen? Like, where did that come from? I mean, all due respect, and I do respect. I just want to respect, and I just want peace, okay? But fuck me, what is that about? It's so out there. It's even worse than the idea that Wendi Adelson went and deposited a sack of money into a storm trench behind the house of the man that she'd hired people to kill. Okay. And no one asks questions about that? I mean, all people say is, "Oh, there was a witness that said that there was a short Hispanic man and a tall Hispanic man." Okay. Well, you could see that on any fucking street corner in, well, a lot of places. I'm sure they're not the only short or tall Hispanic men in Tallahassee on that day. There's a couple of burglars. It's completely unrelated, but people love to jump on that, right? What's the other thing people say? A third trip to Tallahassee. What, that Sigfredo Garcia took with what's his name? Ortiz. What's his first name? Anthony Ortiz. Hey, Carrie Brooks here. Good to see you, Carrie. It's been too long. It's good to see you. We hope you're doing well. And, hope to see more of you. All the time. Every fucking day.
Okay. And then
And then after he left, I kept working on a paper, and I emailed the paper to a librarian at school to work on some of the citations.
Okay.
And
Yeah. You see, there was no reason to say that, was there? The question was, where were you? I was at home. But I just want to get on the record that I did do something that will have a digital footprint with a time signature that you can trace and verify my assertions. That's not how people answer questions. That's how people answer questions when they want to cement themselves into an agenda without you realizing. Too much information is bad information. It is as simple as that. Keep it simple, keep it straight, don't embellish.
I don't think I talked to anyone else, but I was just working for an hour or so from the house. I was going to take a shower, but I didn't. I ran out of time. I did laundry, and then I left the house around noon.
To go to the liquor store and the stuff for the party?
Yeah.
Okay, you went down which road you said?
I went down Trescott.
Okay.
I saw a police car there, and I just thought it was blocked, so I just turned around and drove to, I went down the rest of Centerville, went up Benton, took Benton across, went to ABC Liquors, bought the bourbon.
I'm a little confused. You're up on Centerville Road. What's your purpose of driving down Trescott?
It's usually the shortcut to get to Monroe.
To get to Monroe?
I usually take it as a cut through to get to Thomasville or Monroe.
Okay, all right, so
I don't know why I said Monroe. I was thinking Mosaic, Monroe, Thomasville.
Okay, so when you come down into town on Centerville?
I almost always cut through Trescott.
Trescott and just drive by your old house?
Well, I do it as a way of, like, coming to terms with the divorce. But, yeah, sometimes I drive there. If I'm too sad, I drive around.
Okay.
If the kids aren't home, and I know they're not home, I feel better about driving by the house. But, yeah, it's shorter, and I just usually drive by.
It's shorter than going all the way down to Benton?
All the way down Centerville and around Benton. It's just
Right.
a shortcut I always took.
Okay, so you turned around and went back to Centerville, I take it?
Yeah.
Down to Benton, and went to the liquor store down there on Thomasville?
Yeah.
The one at Benton Road?
ABC Liquors, it's at, Benton. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, did you make a purchase there?
Yeah,
And that was sometime after 12?
probably 12:30.
Okay, all right.
And I talked to a guy there because I don't really buy much alcohol, and so they wanted bourbon, and I asked the guy, we had a whole conversation about bourbon and
Right.
my eyes, like,
Your eyes?
he just said, your eyes are really blue,
Right.
and
You have contacts?
I do.
Okay.
But I just remembered it.
Right.
So I bought the bourbon and got some gas on Thomasville and met my friends at Mosaic.
Which gas station did you go to on Thomasville?
The one that's, I always forget the name, but the one that's close to the cross street, it's right next to the Goodwill.
Okay.
If you're heading north on Thomasville,
Right next to the Goodwill that I use all the time because I am full of goodwill. Right? I donate there. I bought my ridiculous owl t-shirt there. Maybe she did. Maybe she did. But the thing with the owl, I mean, I drew a line under the owl thing. Tallahassee has owls. That's all there is to it. Is anybody in chat in Tallahassee? I want someone who is in Tallahassee, and I can, I'm in touch with a couple of people. But if there's anyone here now, just go around Tallahassee because I bet any money that there's a gift shop somewhere in Tallahassee where they sell stuff with owls on it. Because Tallahassee are proud of their owls. It's like, I don't know, Minnesota being proud of the beaver or something, or whatever they have up there, the brown bear.
if you're heading north on Thomasville, it's on your right.
Okay, just past the Goodwill
Just
place?
past the Goodwill. It's close to the intersection.
Super sketchy. I mean, I have never believed that she actually got gas. And, with the Nancy Guthrie thing about how quickly evidence is turned back over to the family in that case, or just released in this case. you know, it's the little things, isn't it? Because all you would have to do is turn the key in Wendi Adelson's ignition of her car and look at the fuel gauge. And if it was full, she did get gas, most likely, unless she filled up the day before. If it's not full, then she didn't get any gas. Because Wendi Adelson is not like me, who has to just put 5 fucking euros in the tank to get home. Oh, man. I saw my front tires today. No wonder I've been all over the fucking road. Jesus Christ. Maybe that should be our goal. Safety first. Protect the Portuguese. Get Metrix some fucking tires. Jesus Christ. I was looking at them. I was going, wow. That's the worst I've ever seen on any vehicle. Never mind just my own. But fuck. That's Grand Prix race car slick. You know, it's like I can brake and I can turn. I can't do both at the same time. It's like I'm driving on glass, okay? It's fucked, Jesus Christ. If a cop saw that, forget it.
Section there.
Okay. And then from that point, you went straight to
Went to Mosaic.
Mosaic restaurant?
And met friends there. I used to have kind of a steady Friday meeting, and I hadn't seen my 2 friends in a while. And so we had made plans to meet up.
What time did you get to Mosaic?
About 1. I was a little late. We were supposed to meet at 1, and I got there a few minutes after.
Okay. All right. I know it's cold in here. Okay.
I think that's not why I'm
Okay.
shaking.
I know it's part of it.
Yeah, that's why you're shaking. Not nerves or adrenaline. Can you imagine the soup of chemicals and supercharged, what is it, hormones, I guess, but not the good kind, just bad hormones just going through her body. I mean, I almost feel it vicariously by watching her just, you know, and then General Isom, what is wrong with you, man? You come in and you give her the perfect out for shaking. Hey, I know it's cold in here. Listen, we're going to get you a sweater. We're having a special sweater shipped in, okay? Cashmere. And the victim advocate is going to stitch it all together for you and just come in and give you a nice little cup of hot chocolate and a pillow and a muffin, a bran muffin.
But do you know anybody that would have a beef against your ex-husband?
Oh my God, this is another classic of hers, right? And Wendi Adelson's character that she plays to get all of her lies past the people that she does get them past, which it would seem would be quite a lot. But that's not necessarily indicative of her prowess as a liar. It's indicative of her prowess as a selector, right? Because Wendi Adelson wouldn't select me to be part of her little situation. She'd skip past me. She'd observe me, and then she'd say, I don't know, I'm not sure I could, I don't know. She's very good at... Jane is a classic example. And this is how Wendi Adelson works, right? She would have done a whole series, not just the walk in the park where she told about the Jeff Gainesville incident, crazy Jeff, jealous Jeff, blah, 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 priming her to come into the interview room if that were to happen, or if it didn't happen, at some later stage when she would surely be interviewed by police. But before that, before any of that, before the talk in the park or whatever, the walk in the park, talk in the park, Wendi Adelson would have done multiple series of tests, right? Tests on Jane. How susceptible is Jane? If I suggest something to Jane on a Thursday, can I get her to say something on a Sunday? How much can I pull the strings of Jane? All sorts of tests. And it's scary, isn't it? And sometimes you realize before it's too late that people are doing tests on you. Has anybody ever realized that? Where you go, hang on, I've just realized that that person is testing my behavior. And then what do? You end up testing them. And what are you testing them for? You're testing them to see if they're testing you. Which is just like, can we just try and get along? Can we just cut the shit? Like, can we not play any more games, please? But there will always be one more game with Wendi Adelson, right? But one of her games is this very, very childish. She does this regressional thing into a childlike thing that what she's about to do here. General Isom's going to say, do you know anyone that would have a beef with your husband, your ex-husband? And she's going to do this thinking face, screwed up, straining. Let me think. You know, looking up to the sky. It's pathetic. It's grade school drama class bullshit acting, and it's not her strength. It's not her strength. But again, majorly lucked out by getting General Isom as the person that's going to interview her. Imagine if it had been Pat Sanford. I mean, I know he's FBI, but Investigator Cherry, you know, Mr. Buff that comes in like halfway through and she's like, who are you? Yeah, I was up there giving birth with my legs open. You know, what the fuck? You know, if he'd have been the primary guy that's interviewing her, it would have been a whole different game, right? It wouldn't have been Uncle Isom and little niece Wendi. It would have been Slut Wendi and Mr. Buffcock.
That would have a beef against your ex-husband?
Think, Wendi. Think, Wendi.
He's, oh my God.
Even that, right? Okay. This is another thing that she's conscious of. Or it's second nature. But it's second nature through trial and error, tests. He's, you know, there was this big think, right? He's, let me think. And then almost this thing where it was almost like she was going to confess something, right? It was like, and then just before she's about to reveal whatever it was, she breaks down and, you know, ends that line. But because it's been created, it draws more attention to it. General Isom's now thinking, hang on, what was that? Just go back and finish the thought. He was what? He was involved with no-nonsense rabbis that were doing the fucking get thing for what is all that about? And it is violent. I remember somebody chimed into the chat another time when we did this interview and said, hey, the Jewish get, they call it a get, isn't violent. It might be violent in The Sopranos, but it's not violent in real life. And then we went and looked at the news article, and it was very graphic. It was more than stating violence. It was torture tactics and, threatening to cut people's balls off. I mean, that's, that's pretty high up there, I'd say, in terms of intimidation and violent sentiment.
I hate to ask it now, but I have to do it now. You understand, right?
I understand. He had friends. He always meant well, but he would sometimes rub people the wrong way.
Okay.
But not anyone who would do something like this.
Anybody that he owes money to?
No, he owes money to me.
He owes money to you?
But
Okay.
not me.
Okay. All right. All right.
Oh my God, we're poor kids. I know a lot of people didn't really love him, but I don't know anyone who would do something like this.
Well, we're still trying to determine, what happened.
Look at her. Could anybody cope with that? And why was it that General Isom almost seemed to warm to her? To want to be a comfort to her? I mean, there's an age thing. There's a chivalrous thing, right? Strong, stable man, Uncle Isom, take care of little girl Wendi. Why did he fall into that? Has he never met a fucking psycho bitch before? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe he just married at 17 to his high school sweetheart and just never learned about evil women. Everybody should.
How it happened.
But he wouldn't do this to himself.
Okay.
He was a very positive person.
Okay. No one that you know of or that he's spoken to recently that he's had some type of problem with or that he was concerned about?
No one that he was concerned about. I mean, we've been separated for 2 years, so I don't know,
Right.
If he had something going on, I wouldn't know about it, but...
By the way, Neverly, I've been meaning to text you. Did I text you? I don't think I did, but I've been meaning to. I watched that, what is her name? Samantha, is it? About the Wendi Adelson thing. Maybe we should watch that. It'd be good, wouldn't it? No, I thought it was great. And she is definitely 100%, not a doubt in my mind, what do you call it? High functioning ASD, Asperger's. Like me. It's great. It's great. So enthusiastic and just a real passion. No, I got a lot out of it. I loved it.
I mean, I had lost my voice earlier this week.
What's the name of her channel so we can say it here? That would be Samantha, what is that? Ben9. I can't see. I need to type something. Benigo. Samantha Benigo. Yeah, should we do that? Should we do that? Should we just watch Samantha? Yeah, okay. Okay, let's do that. No, I thought it was fantastic. So we'll do a commentary on a commentary of the case. Good. I don't belong here, that's it. Yeah. There's a good clue. There's a good clue. That's such an Asperger's thing to say. Which one was it? It was the something about 10 reasons or 12 reasons. Fuck, I think she's been putting out like a lot of stuff and all the thumbnails kind of look the same, so... Oh, is that it? Wendi Adelson. No, I don't. Oh, what's the fucking title? Oh, this is it. 10 reasons, top 10 reasons I believe Wendi Adelson is guilty. Addendum. Okay, so we'll put a link to the original video in the description. The channel is very good content. Everybody watching this, go and subscribe to I Don't Belong Here with Samantha Benigo. Not that she needs our help. 55.5 thousand subscribers. If only we could get that many likes.
Of justice is to see that the guilty people are proven guilty and that the innocent are freed. Only we have a problem here.
Let me start by saying that I have never before.
Is this the right one, Neverly? She looks different here. Look. Right, this might be a different one. Hang on, hang on. What was it called? This is the one. This is the one.
Well, that time has finally come for Donna Adelson.
At this time, I will publish the verdict.
Wow. She's got to know.
We, the jury.
I think we've got it, Nev. This is the right one, isn't it? This is the one I watched the other day. I can tell because it's, you know, it shows that I saw the whole thing.
Find as follows as the count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself.
God, what a moment that was, right? I remember watching that live with all of you. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Unbelievable. That's the other thing I wanted to have a look at tonight, is just the Donna Adelson kind of speech where Judge Everett was like, okay, you can continue, but I have to point out the complete, utter lack of remorse that you are displaying. Where is the evidence?
Yikes.
God, look at those teeth, man. What does it take to get teeth like that, huh? Years of care? That's just normal in the States. Everyone has great teeth.
Well, to those of you that are concerned about dear Donna, I would just tell you that as a good codependent, my guess would be that once she adjusts to the whole prison lifestyle, she'll be just fine because she will have a whole slew of surrogate daughters to care for. And for Donna Adelson, how she gets her sense of value, her sense of self-worth, how she gets her very personhood validated.
God, that's so important, isn't it? Sense of value, sense of self-worth. That's the thing that causes so many of us to fuck up a large portion of our lives, right? You got to find that.
Is through other people and feeling like she is supportive of other people, in particular, her daughter, Wendi. And so my very strong suspicion is you don't have to worry much about Donna. She's going to handle prison just fine. Wendi, on the other hand, that I'm not so sure about.
What do I think about that then? So Donna's going to handle prison just fine. I don't know about that. Some people go into prison, and particularly people that go in and out of prison. I mean, they just walk in and pick up a fucking magazine. You know, it's a part of the business. You know. But Donna Adelson's not used to that kind of system. Yeah, she could pick up a fucking what did Samantha just say? A daughter to protect or guide or be a parent to and define her value like that, but there's more to it. To have even a remotely okay time in prison, you've got to know how to get around every system. And the way Donna approaches getting around the system, from what I've heard, from what's been introduced to the record, the thing about the medical form for her laceration, you know, when she was phoning up Harvey and he was saying, well, you got to put it, you're in stitches. And they were like, well, we'll get a medical form tomorrow. Yeah, you need to fill out a medical form. We don't have one, but we'll get one as soon as we can. All of that stuff. Donna approaches manipulating the prison system from a position of entitlement. And she finds it very difficult to get away from that. And that's not a good method in a prison system. You have to be able to bob and weave and drop your fucking ego a bit. Do you see her putting fucking toothpaste in her mouth and being like a rabid fucking dog on the floor and just foaming and to get out and just to have a couple of days ride to the medical center or, there and back? I don't see her doing that kind of thing. I mean, that's the kind of thing that you got to do to get by, right? And other things. So I don't know that she's at all equipped for getting along in prison. I think she'll be in a constant state of just rage, just fucking rage, resentment, rage, anger, frustration. I mean, good. You deserve that.
Now, over the last 4 to 5 weeks, I have dug deep into the Adelson family to try to answer that very question, the question that most of us are dying to know the answer to, and that is Wendi Adelson involved in the death of Dan Mark?
So, does everybody know this girl? Because I only just saw her because Neverly Darling sent me the link, and I think she's great. And I don't watch anybody, really. I mean, sometimes True Crime Loser or something like that. But, I mean, she's got a lot of subscribers. And she's just so enthusiastic about it. It's like she can't wait to tell you what she thinks. And that's exciting. I like it.
Cal. And even though I've been all over the map on this very question, I have finally landed on a conclusion. And today I'm going to share with you the conclusion that I've come to and how I got there. Let's get started.
The intention of justice is to see that the guilty people are proven guilty and that the innocent are freed. Only we have a problem here.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the I Don't Belong Here show, and I am your host, Samantha Benigno. I am a behavioral scientist, a career psychologist.
So what is MA, MS? MA, Masters? Master of Arts, Master of Science, right? Okay. And then CASAC and RIT. I have no idea what those are, but...
Psychotherapist, a sixth-year PhD candidate in clinical psychology, a master's-level psychologist and counselor. And as you know, today we are breaking down Wendi Adelson's involvement in the death of Dan Markel. You have to understand...
Hey, thank you so much, Michelle and Neverly, for those kind birthday PayPal donations. Very much appreciated, guys. Thank you so much.
And that I'm obsessive. By nature, I'm an obsessive person, and I will go to the depths of hell and back to find information that I care about. And that's exactly what I have been doing with this Adelson clan. And when I say that I've been going to...
You know what's funny, though, is that Buy Me a Coffee has really fallen off the wall. Why is that? Is it because of Nancy Guthrie? Is it because of Bitcoin? Do people not trust buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix anymore? I mean, if you really want to support the channel, you should go to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix and support the channel there. But no one does anymore. And I wonder, I mean, what if one of these kidnappers or random opportunists approached TMZ and said, listen, if you want information on Nancy Guthrie, you are going to have to donate 5,000 coffees on buymeacoffee.com/bring granny home. And then we'll tell you the information, because I need to protect my anonymity. Does anybody else have trouble remembering how that word is pronounced? Anonymity. Sometimes I just get lost and I start saying anonymity. You know? Anonymity. We got it. We got it down. Metrix, coffee, support, buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
The depths of hell and back. I have been literally falling asleep at night listening to the jailhouse calls of Donna and Charlie Adelson.
We know you never...
You see, she's just like all of us, right? I mean, no greater strength to build fucking relationality. That's not a word. It can't be a word. I'm sure it's not a word. Relational... To build... No, to relate. I'm not sure what the word is. I'm sorry.
Ask anything about your brother, and she doesn't. And she told me it's because her lawyer said she shouldn't ask.
God, can you hear the fucking already? You know, it's because she told me her lawyer said she didn't. There's this hatred there, isn't there? There's this frustration. But who does she really hate? Herself, maybe.
We found out it's not true, but we just got off the phone with him.
My attorney said no, and he asked her attorney. Her attorney said,
I never told her that.
Well, I've never confronted them.
No.
Fucking A, bro.
So,
I'm gonna
I wrote
fucking
this last
fuck
night.
up where
You know
the
you
fuck
never
you
asked
fucking with me.
your brother. This is...
Boom. Thank you so much, Kyle. Pariah. Something Pariah. Or just Pariah. Thank you for the 3 cups of coffee on buymeacoffee.com. So much appreciated, Kyle.
8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendi holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that you never called us or asked about him. I just said we weren't up to phone calls right now.
It wasn't the first thing. I think he said that at the end of a 2.5-hour phone call. No, the first thing he said was how, Charlie Adelson gets life in prison, and they bring him back. They take him out of his normal cell and put him in an even worse cell with shit on the walls, blood on the ceiling, and piss on the floor. Or is it the other way around? We never remember. But they're all bad. They're all bad options. And he gets on the phone, he speaks to his mother, he's just had the life sentence, he's been moved into a cell, stripped naked, solitary confinement, on cameras, lights all fucking 24/7. You're going to be in here until we know that you're not going to kill yourself. Gets on the phone with Donna and says, first thing, how's Wendi holding up? Who would believe that? Do you think Wendi believed that? Or do you think Wendi has become accustomed to being able to identify when her mother is full of shit, which is 24/7?
Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think.
Everybody looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. Okay, I mean, for starters, this video is called 10 Reasons, or is it 10? 10 Reasons I Believe Wendi Adelson is Guilty. Well, as you all know, I mean, I fucking don't need to convince me of that, but I do find it interesting, the points that Samantha here, brings to present. I mean, I assume it's the top 10. In fact, I think the video is called the top 10 points. And the last one, the one at the very end, is very interesting. But they all are, to be honest.
That is how much I am completely immersed in this family dynamic. Now, as a clinical professional, much like Jeff Lacasse, the person who was dating Wendi Adelson in that last 9 months up until Dan Markel's death, as clinical professionals, we overanalyze.
I certainly know the Danny, Markel, and Wendy story. I've been living through all this court shit with her for the last 9 months, So.
Okay, so it's pretty contentious between the two of them?
Yeah, Danny was not very nice. I mean, I'm sorry he's dead. No one deserves this. But I don't know if you guys had a chance to read the court pleadings he filed, but they're almost insane.
Really?
I have not read. You got to look at those. I mean, they are... it seems like an insane person.
Okay.
Like this thick, and he tries to get Wendi disbarred, and he calls her name. I mean, it's the rantings of a lunatic, basically. But every time she got one of these, she would melt down for like 2 weeks. And he was constantly manipulating the legal system to keep her in stress, and he was punishing her very effectively. So, yes, certainly there's a motive for someone that wants to... And also, Wendi didn't want to be in Tallahassee. I mean, she wanted to live in South Florida.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
I've actually had relationship partners say to me, Sam, stop analyzing me. And of course, I can't do that. That's just who I am. I am constantly analyzing everything and everyone all the time, whether I want to or not. In fact, it is so serious that I've had to learn how to put boundaries in place. Otherwise, as I'm walking down the street, I just pick up other people's emotions, right? So I've had to learn how to tune it out to the best of my ability because I'm always aware of other people, always. And it can be torture if you don't know how to put boundaries in place. And because of that, I can relate to the kind of analysis that Jeff Lacasse is always doing. Now, Jeff is an important person who has helped assist in my understanding of Wendi Adelson. Now, that doesn't mean that I believe full stop everything this guy says about the Adelsons, because I am aware that he's a scorned lover. I am aware that he believes that they threw him under the bus, that Wendi was trying to frame him for the murder of Dan Markel. And I understand that he was maybe teetered even on paranoid some of the time when it came to Wendi Adelson. So putting all of what he's had to say in perspective and including every...
Paranoid? I've never felt that way about Jeff. I mean, we went through a bunch of the comments on the unredacted Jeff Lacasse video. And it's incredible to me that, I mean, at least there's a significant portion, there's at least 10 or 12%, maybe more, maybe 20% that are negative comments. And I'm like, what the fuck are you watching? He pinpointed the problem, right? Give the guy a fucking award. You got Tallahassee Police Department fucking chasing their own feet. Muddy feet. And then Jeff comes in and just gives it to them all, right? I mean, without him, I really don't know if they'd have got as far as they did.
Everything else I have learned about the Adelsons before I stumbled upon the interrogation/interview videos with police of Jeff Lacasse, I have come to conclude that Wendi Adelson is absolutely full-time aware of what happened to Dan Markel. She knew it was coming. She was prepared for it. And everything that she did, as criminating as it sounds, is because, just like Donna, and maybe even more so than Donna Adelson, Wendi was directly involved in the murder of Dan Markel. Let me also say, before I give you my top 10 list, it's really misleading because each of these things by themselves do not implicate Wendi Adelson in murder by any stretch. It's only when you take each of these bits of information in their totality that you then land on Wendi Adelson's guilt. So even though I'm going to be listing these, keep in mind that it will be at the end, when we put all these pieces together, that is how you come to the conclusion that she was directly involved in the murder, not with each of these pieces isolated by themselves. That's important. And of course, let me also just say, this is not in any way meant to be a complete and thorough forensic or clinical analysis of Wendi Adelson. I obviously would have to conduct a real analysis of Wendi Adelson herself to be able to say with any type of certainty whether or not what I am about to tell you is absolutely true from a clinical perspective. So these are just my opinions, and they are meant to be for entertainment purposes only. Okay, here we go. Number 10, Wendi Adelson changing her Facebook profile picture the night before Dan Markel's murder.
Thursday, she changes her Facebook picture. I'm sure you've seen the picture of her in the beautiful purple dress. It's all over the media. And that was bizarre to me because that's a Victoria's Secret dress. It's not a dress you hang out at your parents. You might wear it to a club if you're an undergrad. You might wear it to bed. You don't hang out at your parents' house wearing that dress. And to me, it was...
Was this a dress that you gave her?
No. But you saw the picture. It's fairly scandalous.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But if you went to Google and type in Wendy's name, she's a pretty girl, but you'll find nothing where she looks even close to how she looks in that picture. She looks gorgeous in that picture.
On the Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was suspicious to me after that.
Jeff, you've got the blinkers on, man. She looks like a fucking evil psycho whore bitch. I'm sorry. It's been 11 years, Jeff. Look at the picture again. Tell me that she looks gorgeous in that picture, because I don't see it.
The fact that picture was changed 12 hours before Danny shot, and that's the picture that was distributed to the media. She's very concerned with her appearance and how she looks. So I know that maybe sounds crazy. Investigator Hale seemed to think it was, but I thought this is so strange. She changed her face.
I mean, do people think that this is paranoid about Jeff? I mean, like, that Wendi thought, so I'm going to commit this murder and get away with it, but it's going to be big news. And then my name is going to be in the media, so people will be looking me up. So if they find my Facebook, I want it to be a good picture. I mean, absolutely, that's what she did, right? But it's just amazing when you break down the little decisions. And I think it's a good highlight of the Wendi only decisions, right? That element, along with many others, which we may pick up as we go through, are Wendi only decisions. There was no Donna and Charlie discussing, hey, you know what? Make sure after the TV appointment that Wendi updates her Facebook picture. That's a Wendi decision. And there are quite a lot of them. And that's interesting to me because if she seemed ostracized from the Miami Charlie and Donna conspiracy, okay, they're planning, they're being pretty careless on the phone, and Wendi's outside of that because she's got to be distant because she is the closest to the decedent. Is that the word? The victim. So she'll be the one most vulnerable to questioning. She'll be the person of the highest interest. So she's got to be kept over there. And that makes sense. But then why are there all of these like speckled decisions around Wendi? I'm trying to think of some more. You know, the decision to change the Facebook picture, the decision to hand over the laptop with Donna's emails, knowing full well Donna's emails are on there. And this is something that's not in Samantha's list, which is really important to me and always has been, is that Wendi didn't engage with Donna about those crazy emails. She didn't, a few, but you know, Donna sent a chunk, a bunch of emails. 4 or 5 pages, 6 pages, some of them. And as far as what I've seen, Wendi never responded to those via email. Now, she may have responded in person or WhatsApp or text or phone or whatever, but not on email. Why? Because it was anticipated that her laptop be given to the police. Because part of her alibi, after the TV repair guy left, but before she left for lunch and to get the bullet bourbon and drive down Trescott and blah, 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 and not get gas, before, you know, there's a window there, and to, verify her location, essentially, she says, she said it right at the beginning of the interview. She said, I was writing emails, and that will probably be time-stamped on my thing. So it's in her full knowledge that that laptop is being handed over to the police. Now, Wendi Adelson deleted all of her text messages, and her excuse for that might float somewhere near plausible deniability, but not really, is, I use my text messages as like a to-do list. So I get a text, I deal with it, and I delete it. Just all of them. And my calendar as well. I delete everything from my calendar. Okay. But not emails. Not crazy emails from your mother on a laptop that you know is going to be handed over to TPD. It's very suggestive, isn't it? And this is the thing, you know, a great chef will be able to just put a pinch of salt in the right place at the right time and have that work wonders, right? As it spreads or something. Because one thing affects the other. That is how Wendi goes about her business like that. She's got a few techniques that are really, you know, to be honest, almost patternable to her. Because the carpet bombing thing, well, we'll go through them. Let's play the video.
Facebook picture twice in 2 years.
Thank you so much. Riding Shotgun for that great super chat. We appreciate it, Riding Shotgun, and so great to have you here.
And the night before Danny's shot, and she's going to be all over the media, she looks like a Victoria's Secret model, you know?
Okay.
So, but I was bothered enough by that picture because it...
What was the prior picture?
Something that looks more like a 35-year-old woman with 2 kids would have on her Facebook page.
Okay.
All the other pictures, and she looks pretty enough, but that one looks, I mean, she looks amazing in that picture.
Okay.
She's not even that pretty raw. That picture, I think her dad
Photoshop.
Her dad photoshops that stuff. He does that kind of thing. So it was a picture produced for her by her father, I believe.
Okay. Now, while this might seem insignificant or small to you, it is, when you add it with everything else, a very significant point. Facebook, for many people, is a big part of everyday life. And people use it to communicate about who they are, how they live, and with each other, with the people that matter the most to them all the time. The way that Jeff Lacasse explains how he and Wendi were using Facebook makes me think it was important to both of them, and it was a mainstay of how the people in their inner circle, in their academic ivory tower circle, communicated with each other. So, while Wendi Adelson may have plausible deniability, what's the big deal that I changed my Facebook picture? It is very unbelievable that it would just be a total coincidence, particularly when you add this with everything else, that she would change her Facebook picture the night before the murder of Dan Markel, when she knows that she's going to be all over the media as the #1 possible suspect in the eyes of anybody who knew the situation between her and Dan Markel. That, to me, is evidence of consciousness of guilt. However, you also have to understand the psychiatric profile of Wendi Adelson in order to understand why this really would be very significant. And I'm going to make references throughout to this very phenomenon because at the end of the day, it's really the main driver of all 10 of what I'm about to explain to you. Wendi and her family system have narcissistic traits. And even though when you go into the DSM, you'll see a list of character traits that are behaviors, ways that we as clinicians can check off certain behavioral traits and say, oh, this is what's going on with this person. However, internally, when somebody is narcissistic, what it means practically is that they have put all of their effort and attention into building an archetype of who they are, like a caricature of themselves. And rather than...
Yeah, and don't fuck with that, right, Chandler Halderson? Yeah, no. I'm a real high achiever, and I got a job. I got a job with one of the most progressive, profitable companies in the fucking world, universe. The minute you go, hang on, are you just lying about all of this, and you're really just sitting in your home, in your bedroom, all day, playing video games and fucking playing with your dick? Okay, the minute you show him that, it all fucking breaks loose, doesn't it? The minute you puncture that thing that people have built up, that image, right? That image that they want to portray and to believe themselves.
Efforting to be that person. Instead, all of the effort goes to making sure you see them that way, even though there's a big distance between who you really are and how they want you to see them.
Boom. Christina, thanks so much for those 5 cups of coffee on True Crime Metrix. BuyMeACoffee.com. Thank you, Christina.
And why do they do that? So you might have been told at some point that most narcissists are very charismatic, that they work the room, right? And that's strategic.
Are they? I think some of them are. Most of them are, yeah. I don't know. I think there's room for some not to be.
That's not random. That's because narcissists are people who are obsessed with controlling their environment in order to feel the way that they want, or, in other words, in order to get what they want, whatever that is. And to do that, they've decided that if they can figure out what whoever they're talking to, what that person wants or needs from them, that's a way to manipulate these people, that person, the one that they're talking to get what they need or want from that person. And when I talk about what they want, it could be something as simple as to be liked, or as specific as to get a certain kind of job or to be accepted into a certain community, whatever the case may be. So the whole name of the game is to create an exterior archetype, a character, a performer that you want everybody to see you as, and then to try to maintain that archetype, that exterior to the world. And in this instance, with this change of the Facebook picture, what it says to me is that she couldn't help herself. No matter how incriminating it might look to people that knew her, that knew that she never changed her profile picture, that she didn't change it frequently, she was going to do it anyway because she couldn't help it. She could not stand not looking the way that she would want lots of eyes on her to see her. She couldn't tolerate not looking her best, not looking the way that she would want the media.
I disagree with the statement of covert narcissists are less likely to be charismatic. I think sometimes they're the most. There's a different style. There's charisma, and then there's enigma. And people that can use enigma in the right way create charisma. Or something to that effect. Covert narcissists are not. I think there's this misconception that they're quiet or in the shadows, or hiding under a leaf or something. But no. Sometimes they're one of the most appealing groups of people. People with great appeal. Isn't that what charisma is?
Media and everybody in the public to see her, so she changes the picture. And it strikes me so arrogant, so cocky, so emboldened that she would change that picture, even knowing that people in her inner circle are going to think, geez, that's kind of incriminating, don't you think? Because they could see that she was changing her profile picture, and then it just so happened to be the night before she was going to be plastered all over the media. But in her mind, and this is the way narcissists think, they're so clever, they believe that as long as they just keep up this exterior, this version of who they want you to see, you'll never see the real them. You'll never get to the real them.
I actually disagree with that as well. I think partly the reason why Wendi does things that she knows will be strikingly obvious to many in her circle. Why did she change that picture? She doesn't normally, that's really out of character. She changed the picture right on the day, and that was the day that he did. So she did that before, but she gets a fucking kick out of that. That's the thrill-seeking behavior. That's like Squirrel Man, who jumps off the fucking mountain with that stupid, colourful suit. And who would fucking do that, huh? Has anybody ever spoken to somebody who's done that and asked them what the fuck is up with them? I mean, it's too much. I wouldn't even want to parachute, to be honest. If somebody gave me a ticket and said, hey, Metrix, here's a ticket. You are going to skydive tomorrow. I'd be like, nah, I don't want to do that. Fuck it,
So why not do it? And this is the one difference between Wendi, Donna, and Charlie. Wendi is actually better at it. And as we continue with this countdown, I will show you how and why that is. Number 9, she just couldn't help herself. We're going to talk about Charlie Adelson a number of times during this countdown because there are a few ways that Charlie Adelson...
So Maria says covert narcs are not outgoing. They're sad sack snakes. My question to Maria and all of the group is, does charisma require being outgoing? I'm not sure it does. What is the actual definition of charisma? Is the magnetic personal charm and ability to influence, attract, and inspire others. Often characterized by high confidence, presence, and frequently a warm, engaging, and persuasive demeanor. It is a blend of social skills and authenticity, aligned body language and content that can be developed through practice rather than being a strictly innate trait. Well, that's what AI says. But the beginning bit, magnetic personal charm, ability to influence, attract, and inspire others. None of that requires the quality of being outgoing. You could do all that very covertly, right? Yeah. And in some ways, it's even more dangerous than a fucking person that's outspoken.
And his involvement in this crime implicates Wendi Adelson directly. The first seems a bit...
Hey, thanks so much, Acapella, for that fantastic support on PayPal. We appreciate it, Acapella. Fucking good to see you, man.
suspect. But again, when you add it with everything else, is an indicator of Wendy's guilt 100%.
And I want to go back.
God, look at her there. I mean, does anybody else? Are people familiar with the sketch art of George Gross? Who's an artist? Who's a graphical artist? You must be familiar with the work of George Gross. I mean, fucking look at her. She looks like a fucking pig. A pig in a wig is on the stand. And people talk about how, like, she's got this beauty. I mean, what the fuck?
To the day of the murder, we know about the TV repairman left about, did you say about 9?
The truth is I don't really remember, but, something like 9 or 10.
Definitely before 10 or by 10?
Yes, that's my best memory.
All right, where did you go?
Yeah, like way before 10. I think he got there at 8, 8:15 or something. Super early. The one time they arrive early is the day that you want them to arrive late. She wasn't even up, was she?
Go after the TV. What was the next place you went after the TV repairman left?
So I was home, I think, for a couple of hours first. I was doing a little bit of work. I was talking to some friends. I think I ate breakfast. And then I left probably close to noon or a little bit after noon. I was meeting 2 friends who I would frequently meet on a Friday to have lunch with. And so
frequently, used to meet frequently, used to have a standing appointment with, but so all of these subtle adaptations, or what is the word? Revisions, right? These little revisions over time, which is concerning, as you know. Georgia Kappelman, I'm sure, has enjoyed getting to know Wendi, getting to know the format of her, of their kind of interviews. But Wendy's also been able to sharpen her tools as well, right? In a way. That's why Georgia Kappelman does this sort of little, especially in Donna's trial, with the little power nudges. And I know that people get excited about, Georgia's saying this because she has this and doesn't want Wendi to know but wants her to know. And I'm like, well, maybe. But the prosecutor can say anything they want, really. I mean, obviously within the within the whatever, within the rules, for want of a better word. But just because Georgia Kappelman says something on the stand, like I had this talking about the fucking rental car, and people were saying to me, "Oh, Metrix, oh, you're such a dick, oh, because you don't think the fucking rental car was selected to look like a fucking Nissan Sentra." It wasn't. It absolutely wasn't. Are we ever going to make that video? Is there any point? Maybe. But people would come to me, because I asked people, I said, listen, please, tell me your top reasons that you believe this. And when all of the fucking normal fucking bullshit reasons ran out, some people would jump to, Georgia Kappelman believes it, so if the prosecutor believes it, that's because it's based on evidence. My answer to that is, Georgia Kappelman could say whatever the fuck she wants to prove the case. That's all she's got to do. Obviously, there's certain rules and not whatever she wants. That's a very broad statement, but pretty much. Not everything that Georgia says up there has to be a fact. She can allude, she can suggest, she can leave things open. And that's what makes her great.
I went to run a few quick errands and then meet them for lunch.
And on your way to meet the friends, did you have an occasion to go down Trescott?
I was trying to turn down Trescott. That's where I used to turn and take just the road I was used to. But there was yellow tape up. And so when I tried to turn, I couldn't turn. So I made a 3-point turn and kept going on Centerville.
And so you encountered a police roadblock at that location?
Yes.
Okay, couldn't go any further because there was a police car and some yellow tape, right?
Right.
And that was, you were able to see that from the intersection there, or you actually turned onto Trescott?
I tried to turn and then I couldn't go through, so I turned around and kept going.
Did you talk to her today, yesterday?
I talked to her yesterday.
In her emails, and we referenced one of them while you've been here on the stand, she talks about you giving performances and playing roles. Did you discuss anything about what you would do here today in court with your mother?
No.
Were you involved in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you know what was going to happen, but maybe not know the details?
I knew nothing.
Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide?
I did not go to the crime scene on the day of the homicide.
Do you know who all was involved in the murder?
Well, I learned today, but at the time, no.
Okay. Have you ever privately confronted your brother about his role or possible role in the murder?
My attorney has advised me not to have conversations with anyone in my family about the case.
How far down Trescott did you proceed before you turned around?
Just until the tape.
Okay.
It's another one she does, isn't it? The downturn.
My family about the case.
She's thinking.
How far down Trescott did you proceed before you turned?
She does that all the time. And she does it when she's trying to convey sincerity. Kind of in a nonchalant kind of way.
Turned around.
Just until the tape.
Okay.
Look at old Mother Hubbard. What is she dressed as? The old lady who lived in a shoe.
In the first few days after...
You see, maybe I need to get a red ribbon. What do you think, Neverly, darling? Would that boost our ratings? The red ribbon thing. There's a bit of a color palette going on with this chick, huh? Black and red, like a newspaper. Black, white, and red all over.
Charlie is found guilty of first-degree murder. We get hours and hours of Charlie talking at his mother, trying to reason through how he could have possibly been found guilty of this crime. It seems as though Charlie is shocked by this verdict. And of course, like any good narcissist would, he looks to place blame at everyone and anything else but him. In fact, he touts his performance on the stand, how wonderful he did and how everyone told him he was amazing and he performed wonderfully. So, of course, one of the first people he looks to throw under the bus is his baby sister, Wendi.
You can't explain coincidences. I mean, I wish you used another object that it was just said they asked for $5,000. Why you said this TV is fine, you're just being careful, whatever, has nothing to do with TVs. It must be something with TV repairman, TV Joe, TV code. Obviously, it keeps coming up. Don't tell us we're stupid. Like, it became like that with the coincidences. The coincidences were it was like meant to be solved. Like Wendy just happened to show up at the house an hour later, drive by. Waiting for their store. When I first heard that it was like, and everything that caught it in the first trial, it was like after, so I said, okay, like, when I said, Wendy was over here there, like, why would she be over there? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Makes it look guilty. And then I found out that she really was in that car. Because when I first heard it, I thought, oh my God, this guy's full of shit. When did he drive that and beat her, like, pull away fastly, you know, speed away? Like, she doesn't, she's right here there. That's crazy. The guy doesn't know what he's talking about. And then someone told me, no, she really was. And I was like, when I heard that, they're like, you were like, they think she's involved because she was there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, why would she be there? What is it?
That's because then they said to her, you saw that. Why didn't you call the preschool to see how the children were? Why didn't you see if, how Danny was? Well, why would she think there's a problem? She thought it was a tree down. They just closed off a whole bunch of the street. She really didn't think there was anything. If she thought that her children were in danger, she would have called the preschool. You know?
They said all fire rescue was gone, the paramedics were gone, the road was blocked, and it had yellow tape. Well,
yeah, that was it.
Well, that would make perfect sense. But Jesus Christ, I mean, it's not like she showed up 6 hours later. It's not like she showed up an hour before, an hour after she shows up. Because, as Kappelman said, she couldn't help herself.
Yeah, she couldn't.
Because, as Kappelman said, she couldn't help herself.
Yeah.
You tell me.
Bad decisions.
I mean,
Bad
if she knew,
decisions.
Wendy knew. I don't know.
Man, oh man.
I mean, the defense had to know, like, if there's any alternate universe where somehow, some way she didn't know, then she sure as fuck needed to explain it, because I'm hard pressed. If I'm hard pressed to find a reasonable doubt, you know, why the fuck are you a victim of a crime?
You know why?
Because they're guilty.
She's guilty.
Number 8. How the Adelsons behaved in the days after Dan Markel's death.
After that conversation with the FBI, did Donna Adelson ever say anything to you about having talked to law enforcement or the FBI?
It was either that afternoon or the next day, but, you know, and she called me and said, you know, just want to let you know, if the police come around, don't talk to them.
Okay, so she told you not to talk to law enforcement.
Correct.
Did you let her know that you already had talked to law enforcement?
Yeah, I said I already did.
What did she say to that?
She said, oh, well, you don't know anything anyway.
Now, obviously, we can't hold Wendi as responsible for all of the things that her parents are doing. But for some reason, it's common for us, since this case unfolded, we want to absolve Wendi and her father, Harvey, of having knowledge of this crime. But as we are learning about this family dynamic, and certainly as I have been digging deep into this family dynamic, it just seems absolutely absurd to believe that Harvey and Wendi didn't know about this. Now, I will get to some of the details of that later. But one thing is clear from listening to the early interrogation/interview videos with investigators that friends, family, and even Wendi herself gave to investigators. It is very clear that everyone suspected the family, not just because of the absolutely tumultuous divorce and separation, but because of how Harvey Adelson in particular behaved at the memorial.
You don't suspect.
It wasn't the memorial. It was when Tamara Dempko went to Wendy's house.
You don't suspect anything suspicious about her mom.
Not so much, no.
But her dad, you're feeling some vibes because of him not wanting to look you in the eye yesterday.
And then today not wanting to look me at all. No.
Did he acknowledge you at all today?
No.
You don't need to be a psychologist to figure this one out. Why do you think it would be that Harvey Adelson would be the one to give it away?
He didn't. Not at all. And I'll tell you that Maya, on some level, suspects that Wendy's family might be involved. Alex is really trying not to think that way.
But I was friendly with her parents. Like, I talked to them because he's a dentist. His son is a dentist. Like, I tried to be very friendly. I tried to be engaging and talking with them. I didn't want them to feel, it was hard enough that they came. But at the memorial, they wouldn't talk to me. I don't know if they were mad at me. I don't know. Obviously, Wendy's not, because she asked if I was coming. But her parents...
I don't know how much of it is them. I mean, they know that everyone's first thought is going to be Wendy or her family, right? So it does put them in a little bit of a, I'm sure, defensive situation. But yeah, I would not be surprised if that's how this all turns out. I'll lay it out there. Okay. I think they're mean. I think to do some of the stuff that they did during this divorce with Danny is just not reasonable, and just you hate to think somebody would ever actually, I'm assuming somebody was probably hired to kill him. You'd hate to think that somebody would do that over really anything, but somebody did, so it just makes more sense to me.
That's the
so I don't know
only
if I'm reading that into him.
Either her,
the father in particular.
Right, the father in particular. He just set off like a, not bad.
At the memorial.
Only at the memorial, just because he wouldn't look at me and he didn't.
Yeah, I actually kind of tried to.
I tried to. I was literally, not.
I'm sure he was uncomfortable, so I don't,
Figured it out yet? Because Harvey's the one who actually feels guilty about having Dan Markel murdered. One more little thing that did come out during Donna and I think Charlie's trial also. It's pretty suspicious. Donna and Harvey were already in the car on the way to Tallahassee within 1 hour after hearing about the death of Dan Markel. Within 1 hour. Now, okay, we could all argue codependent family system, trauma happens, we drop everything and we run to save our daughter. But
no new news about fake Ben. The last I heard is that Kiwi Vandman was going on to the poor boy's comments and saying, "Don't you know that your mother killed your dad?" Which, that's funny. That's a funny, just quirky chain of events that happened. Some innocent young lad is having people come onto his YouTube channel and comment on his videos saying, "Don't you know that your mother killed your dad? Look it up. It's all over Reddit." It's like, find the truth.
That seems like a pretty amazingly fast amount of time to be already hitting the road. And remember, Donna and Harvey already stopped at Charlie's house to drop off a bunch of cash that was still wet because Donna washed the money. Number 7, Wendi Adelson having a $1 million offer in South Florida. Now, there is no question that Wendi Adelson's
Bad wording calling it the $1 million offer. I mean, that sounds like the $1 million offer, what does that mean to everybody? That means the offer that the Adelsons were going to make to Dan Markel. I mean, but now this $1 million offer is Wendy's job opportunity with the white-collar pharmaceutical law firm, which, the $1 million job, $1 million a year job, that would have been a better title. But, we get it.
mental health, at least from her view and from the view of Donna, Charlie, and her father, Harvey, that Dan Markel's presence was making Wendi mentally unstable. She saw, number one, having to be stuck in Tallahassee as Dan's fault, and number two, anytime he even so much as leaned in her direction, she would fall to pieces. She had an anxiety attack.
I spent 20 hours with Danny over a 9-month period in various children's functions. And then Wendi feared him.
At some various children's functions.
Well, Wendi was afraid of Danny. Wendi would almost have a panic attack in front of Danny, which always made me... And Wendy's pretty closed off. She doesn't disclose information easily. I wondered if he used to beat her ass. I mean, I didn't know, but it seemed out of proportion for a guy who's just kind of a general dickhead, what I mean? It didn't make sense. She would get heart palpitations and stuff. So every time the kids had to go sing at sing on the Capitol steps for some function, I would go to kind of be run interference, basically.
And we learned that from Jeff Lacasse, who essentially Wendi was using not only to help babysit her boys, but as a buffer primarily for whenever she had to be with Markel. He scared the shit out of her, whether it was because of his legal motions or just because he was somebody who put her down and exposed who she really was, right? If you look at all these legal motions, Dan Markel is calling Wendi out.
In colorfully worded briefs, he attacked Wendi for the Pearl Harbor-style separation and her Visigoth-like sacking of the marital home.
Danny had been describing Wendi as a pathological liar and a mentally ill narcissistic sociopath.
Is exposing the dirty laundry to the rest of the world.
And I just love that. I mean, that's so accurate, right? Dan Markel. Great. You got it down, buddy. What was it? A pathological liar and a mentally ill narcissistic sociopath. Aren't they the best? Oh, God, you gotta love them, right? I mean, what can you do with people like that? Just move away. And you gotta wonder, where do they end up? I mean, I guess some of them end up just abusing people forever and just fall into a real tidy situation. But others, and probably a lot, I would guess, especially men, just end up with nothing, right? Burn every bridge, ruin everything. We don't think about that, do we? Because by definition, when pathological, lying, mentally ill, narcissistic sociopaths fall off the grid like that, they fall off the grid. You don't see them. They were there, manipulating everybody, and then it didn't work anymore, and they disappeared. But when they disappear, out of sight, out of mind, they just disappear, don't they?
World.
Eventually.
And somebody like Wendi Adelson, what she cares about above all else is protecting the image that she's built, protecting that good girl exterior. She can't tolerate the idea of that wall crumbling down. But then there's these legal documents with Dan Markel trying to get her disbarred for lying under oath. And that was dangerous. He was like a loose end for them. But this is something that does not get anywhere near enough attention. You cannot overstate how important money is to the Adelsons. And Wendi was given $1 million offer to join a firm in Miami.
During the divorce,
And I don't even think she would have had to have done much for that. I mean, she would have literally come in. I think it was like, yeah, listen, we can put her on the books and we can just, you know, Harvey, we owe you a favor. I tell you what, we'll put your daughter on the books for $1 million. She needs to come in 2 days a week and just sit there. And maybe she can do, I don't know, customer relations or client reach out or something. She can shake the hands of bigwigs that come into the office and look pretty. $1 million a year. And part of my theory why she didn't want to take that, as far as Charlie told it, he said that Wendi told him, hey, look, this isn't the area of law that I do. And Charlie was saying, hey, well, you know, then it's extra good because if if it's not a skill that you have, you should try it. And if you like it, great, you could earn a new skill. And if you don't, you move on. But I just don't think Wendi is the kind of person that comes into an environment to learn a new skill. And what, work under someone that she doesn't have any respect for? An intern? It's not going to happen.
From your conversations with Donna, was she fixated on Wendi taking this job with a guy named Gary Cohen in Miami?
Yes, that was a common discussion point.
Okay. Did she seem like it was just something that she kind of thought would be a good idea or something that she seemed to have a real obsession with?
It came up a lot in my discussions with her about this job with Gary, where she'd be making $1 million a year and she'd be a partner. And it was something that was brought up a lot, that she'd be able to take care of her kids in a way that she couldn't up in Tallahassee. And then it was probably the one thing that she mentioned to me, the only time I heard any anger after the murder had occurred, was that I asked, is Wendi going to go work for Gary now? And she told me that.
Did the job end up not working out?
As far as I know, it didn't.
Okay.
And that was all happening right around the time of the relocation motion. Now, because of Markel's murder, that was taken off the table. But they didn't know that then. And they're narcissistic. So in their narcissism, they're thinking, we'll never get caught for this because we have these really solid exteriors that we've built. Everyone's going to think Donna Adelson is the greatest, most loving Jewish mom in the whole world. Everyone's going to think Charlie's this successful, hotshot dentist, periodontist who's got Ferraris and, all these girlfriends. No way he was going to kill Dan Markel. Besides, it'll never come back on us. We're here in Miami. We both have alibis. They'll never be able to tie us to this. At least get 6 degrees of separation, right? He didn't even get 1 degree. He's got his girlfriend's baby daddy doing the hit. That's narcissism. It's the delusion of thinking that you are untouchable. But they're all three in on that delusion, not just Charlie. And that's the point. And remember, cannot overstate how important money is to the Adelsons. It's the backbone of everything they do. And everything is superficial. Everything is about the show. Everything is about the dance. And they need that exterior to be able to protect them, right? That exterior is what they think keeps them from ever getting caught. The money is critical in all of that. So Charlie has no problem dishing out $150,000 to Katie to kill Dan Markel because they all believe that Wendi has $1 million offer to join some law firm in South Florida. So they're thinking, if we can get Wendi down here, she'll cash in, and who cares about 100 grand because she'll have plenty of money. She'll pay me back. And we hear that from Charlie. It's Charlie that planted the seed in my mind that this $1 million offer was so significant that it was pestering Donna, was keeping her up at night. It wasn't that Dan Markel was just torturing Wendi psychologically that was driving Donna to stay up at night writing these crazy suggestions and emails and coming up with all this crap to try to get Dan to let her relocate. It was the money. It was the $1 million offer. And Charlie is the one that exposes that because he can't keep his mouth shut.
But the offer that she bragged about was $1 million offer, isn't that right? That she ran her mouth about.
I was never there when she spoke to her friend.
Okay, was it $1 million offer?
The offer was that $1 million was going to be paid, and I was going to pay a third of $1 million.
And weren't you going to cover Wendy's third as well?
No, not at all. I was going to cover my third.
Didn't your lawyer say in opening statement that you were going to cover the whole thing for Wendy's third?
No, I was sitting here. I heard what he said. Charlie was going to pay a third of $1 million.
All right. And so the offer was $1 million offer, and that's what you told Katie, along with the fact that you were going to cover the third.
I was telling her that I was going to pay a third of $1 million, yeah. And then one day, if my sister was able to, she was going to pay me back.
To be absolutely clear about what I am saying here, Charlie claims that he was extorted because Katie McBanoa overheard him talking about the $1 million offer that the family was going to make to Dan Markel. And everyone knew Charlie kept stacks of stapled cash in his house in his safe. So what he is explaining here to the prosecutor.
Yeah, right, Neville, darling. Wendi didn't want to give the $1 million offer to Dan to let her relocate. She didn't want to spend that money. Easy to erase him altogether. Not just spend the money, she didn't want him to have it. You know, she didn't want him to have a nice girlfriend or be happy. Nice girlfriend, fucking tenure professor, house in the Hamptons, famous brother, whatever, all that stuff that Wendi just doesn't have because she's a fucking grifter. Yeah, Wendi. The only option for Wendi is, listen, Dan needs to fall into a dark suicidal depression, become a alcoholic, drug addict, lose his job, develop a sex addiction for large Asian prostitutes, you know, comically large, some kind of fetish, or maybe those really strong prostitutes that I saw a documentary one time where there's this, like, you know, call girl, meet you at the motel kind of thing, and her thing was that she was a bodybuilder. You know, with the huge fucking arms. I mean, twice the size of a normal man. Maybe more, right? It's huge, just ridiculous. That was her thing. And some of her clients didn't call her to fuck her. They met at the motel, and you know what they did? They asked her to, like, you know, pick them up, like, in her arms, like I don't, like you're carrying a bag of cement or something, you know, like, that was their thing. It's just weird what people are into. I mean, what goes through someone's head one day where they think, hey, you know what I need today? I need a really strong woman to, like, lift me. And that's going to be my climax. Okay. I mean, it's easy money for her.
Prosecutor Georgia Kappelman is that McBanawa knew about that offer to Dan Markel, and that's what prompted the extortion plan that Katie's associates, friends, babies, daddies, whatever, ultimately went and ran with and took it upon themselves to murder Dan Markel. And because the money didn't exchange hands until after the murder, it's called extortion in Charlie's book, which is the reason why I think Charlie has convinced himself he was extorted rather than hiring a hitman. But make no mistake, in Charlie's mind, it was okay to pay $100,000 because his sister was going to get $1 million job and she'd pay him back when she had the money. Number 6, Wendy's suggesting other suspects.
Well, I don't know what she's on about the 100,000. I mean, it was 330,000 Charlie's contribution to the $1 million offer, but the 100,000 that ended up getting paid, of course, they didn't pay the $1 million offer to Dan Markel, but the 100,000 that actually was paid, I mean, I thought that all came from Donna and Harvey, right? I mean, Donna and Harvey were also going to put up, well, actually, 2/3 of $1 million. So that was like chump change to them.
I was thinking about something else. He told me that he comes, we have week on, week off, but on Wednesdays we do an overnight.
Right.
And he told me that he might have some work up in New York and he might not be back in time for the Wednesday overnight. So there's no way that he did this because he had all kinds of plans like for next week that
But
were.
you're saying he would not hurt himself?
No.
Okay, all right.
It wasn't him.
Okay. He has no reason to hurt himself or anything along
No,
that.
I mean, I can see him being really sad when we first got divorced.
Right.
But now he's got Amy and he loves those boys.
Okay.
And things were really good for him. There's no way he did this to himself.
When I walked into Wendy's yesterday.
Yeah, we got that because there was no weapon at the scene. So unless he shot himself in the head with his cell phone, it wasn't him. Yeah. I sat with police for 8 hours being interrogated, trying to help them find out who did this. What more can I do? That's the prosecutor's duty.
Yesterday, and I'm assessing the situation.
Gotta go over the Tamara Dempko. I think I saw that Leslie from True Crime in a Minute has the full version. I might have to borrow that. Might have to borrow that. It's so good. And I absolutely hated how the fucking Greenbergs, those insufferable fucking, perfect people, were talking about Tamara Dempko. They were like, oh, you know what she did? No, she came over and she tried to insert herself. And then she asked us for a shirt. She says, oh, I'd like a shirt of Danny's so that I can sleep with it at night. She's weird. And Tamara Dempko touched my soul. It's like her whole being went into my soul and touched it. No, you know, she demonstrates the best, kindest parts that are within all of us, right? But she seems to have it in abundance. I mean, to be as nice as her, I have to go way down inside myself and past a load of shit to find the good bits. But Tamara Dempko, she's like a reminder that there's good within us, right? She's like a bird of peace, a white dove with an olive leaf. And not bad looking.
And Janine was there, and they went into a private conversation, and I'm sitting down, and they're like, well, does Amy, we'd have to talk to Amy, and and I said, I talked to Amy, and I said, does she know? They said, yeah, she knows. I'm like, no, not what happened. Does she know? As if, does she know where the investigators are looking, was the implication. And I said, what do you mean? And the next question was, Wendi redirected, and she said, has she talked to her husband? And so she started down this path with Janine there of making me wonder, or wanting to make me wonder if Amy's husband was involved.
Now, right after the crime takes place, thanks to some of the friends of Dan Markel, Wendi, and Wendy's ex-boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse, we get a lot of information about what Wendi was doing, what Wendi was saying right after the crime takes place. And it's because of that we find out Wendi is trying to point the detectives and actually point friends in the direction of anybody else but her family being involved, as though she's trying to act like, number one, she doesn't know who did it. Number two, it isn't her family. And number three, it must be all these other people, even though when you stop and think about it, their motives don't make any actual sense.
So I wasn't in the room with her. I don't know how she acted or whatever, but it was implausible that I did this. And I don't know if she told me I tried to protect you from the police. They want to know where your house was. They want to know this. I said, I don't need protecting. How come none of your friends called me or texted me? Well, they told me later that she seemed to be concerned that I actually did this.
Why would you do it?
I can find out. Why would I do it?
Well, what did she say? Well,
crime of passion. We're breaking up and Jeff's upset. Why would I go kill Danny because I'm upset with Wendi? And by the way, as soon as I heard he's dead, I said, that's it for us. She's back in Miami. That's it. I know. It's the dumbest thing ever. That's what I was doing. I work at FSU. I can't move. By the way, I was in the Air Force. Last time I fired a gun was an M16 in basic training, and I missed the target mostly. I'm not a shot. So she said that to you guys. I know you can't tell me that. But she was telling people in her social circle, apparently, that there was... they shouldn't contact me, I guess. That this was really a possibility, and that just seems deeply suspicious to me. A lot of these people aren't really close friends with me, but I found out about this crime third hand, and that just struck me as incredibly strange and suspicious.
Number 5, Wendi's cruelty.
I haven't seen Charlie in a really long time. But I know that she was relying heavily on Charlie, and if she was telling anyone about what happened or what she felt happened, it would have been Charlie.
Okay.
And that he was very protective of her. Danny felt like he was okay with Charlie at the beginning, and then over time he felt like he wasn't anymore.
Like, if I worked with Tamara Dempko, I would want to have lunch with her every day. Especially if she was wearing that top. Does anybody know when her birthday is? Is it today? Is it the same birthday as me? Maybe. So we're birthday twins. If you would like to celebrate the birthday twins, Tamara Dempko and True Crime Metrix, celebrate with us on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix or PayPal. or become a member. Those are also very good memberships.
I think the same thing. He felt like he was fine with her parents, and then all of a sudden they flipped on him. He was very confused about it. And I think over time, when he was hearing some of the things that she had passed along to colleagues, who then started looking at him funny, he realized that her family members may be thinking the same things. And I don't know exactly what.
Veggie girl, what's up? What is it today? Lentil soup? Mashed up zucchini and pumpkin with a lot of cayenne pepper?
She was telling
Don't tell me. Bean burger.
them, but he was painted as not a nice person. So it became very he said, she said. She became very happy to travel, and she'd be gone for just periods at a time and leave the boys. I don't know who she left them with, if her parents came up or what, but she would just leave. And
June 3rd, what, for Tamara Demko's birthday? Is that what it is? June 3rd. What's that? Gemini. No wonder she's so talkative. They never shut up, do they? Who knows a Gemini that won't shut the fuck up? Everybody.
And it really bothered him too, because when she did that, sometimes he wouldn't get the boys, or it was like a day off, and so she was like, oh, well, they'll just stay with this person this time. And so there were little takes where she kept trying to cut into his time schedule. But they had a little bit of a groove for a while, where it seemed like it was going okay. And then just in the last few months, it has felt like a renewed flurry of legal activity. And she seemed happy and excited about the social worker boyfriend. And Dan thought maybe she would calm down and be happy and start her own path. He had recently gone up to visit her.
Can you imagine the state of mind that Tamara Demko is in right now? It's been a day. This is... Where's the date gone? It's way over there. July 19th. It's the next day. She's already been to fucking Wendy's house. She's got the shock call. Danny's dead. Shot at the house. Gunfire. Rush to TMH. And she goes through that, doesn't she? She says that she just couldn't believe it, and you can imagine. You often hear people say that, it didn't seem real, and so on, But then it did seem real, and then it seemed weird, and then it seemed like something was up, right? So she goes to Wendy's house unannounced, just shows up, which was bold. And I think she was saying to Amy Adler, who was worried about her safety, didn't know what was going on. Her new boyfriend has been murdered with a gun in his home, targeted. You got to think it would go through your mind, like, what are the risks of me being in Tallahassee right now? Have they caught anybody? No? They're still at large. Okay, so it sounds like it could be a potential risk. I mean, you'd want to consider it, but Tamara Demko said, come on down, I've got a gun. I'm carrying my gun in my purse. I'll protect you. Which is nuts in itself. But my point is that Tamara Demko right now, as she's talking to General Isom, is in a profound state of shock. But somehow, through that shock, just pulls out the fucking things that matter, right? Amazing things. Her and Jeff, such a synergy they make. Real similar minds. I mean, can you imagine if they were doing like a crossword puzzle together? They could not be beat. Or a pub quiz. They wouldn't even need a team. It would be just the two of them and they'd win every round easily. Fantastic minds. I mean, I won't say anything as twee as they should have got together, but I hope they met and exchanged ideas and processed part of this together, because I can't imagine two people better suited to at least helping each other understand the gravity of what happened here than Tamara and Jeff, right? I mean, it'd be what a great conversation. If they had their own podcast where it was just Tamara and Jeff, that's the name of the podcast, and they just spoke about this case, other cases, it'd be fantastic.
And Dan thought maybe she would calm down and be happy and start her own path. He had recently gone out to visit her. So after we went to dinner, he was leaving to go visit her. And they had this pattern where they switch off every couple of weeks. So he would go up, and she was scheduled to come down and meet the boys in person for the first time, which recently just happened. So he was all excited about that. And she had started Skyping with the boys. My understanding was that Wendi had found out that she was Skyping with the boys and was furious about it. And this is very recently. Amy.
So Wendi was furious that Amy Adler was Skyping with the boys. Because that showed the seriousness of Professor Markel and Amy's involvement, right? It showed that the relationship was moving beyond casual, beyond this and that. Maybe that's the point where she started saying to Jeff, the boys should start calling you Daddy, and you should move in. And don't buy a Jeep. Because it's nothing to do with the boys, is it? It's about her. And if Danny moves on, especially to someone who would easily outweigh Wendi on any comparison, academia, professionalism, empathy, not a psycho, big plus, big plus. Yeah, for Wendi to be outweighed totally punctures her. What was somebody else saying at the beginning of this video? Like it was Samantha, wasn't it? When she was saying about the image that people build up that is so robust in so many ways, but in other ways, all you have to do is take out the one domino, and they all fall down, right? It's very fragile. It seems so robust. It seems impenetrable. But if you know how to work it, you can just go behind the scenes, knock over that one domino, and it all comes down. And something like Wendi or their peers acknowledging the fact that Danny had actually moved on to the point where he's with a woman who is Skyping with the boys, and from bed. That's so inappropriate. That is so inappropriate. That would fuck with the thing that she built up, this view that was so important, that was so sacred to her. Can't let that happen. Major factor in the murder. People go on, I think most people focus on losing the bar card, grandma motion, and relocation as well. Yeah, those three. That's what people focus on. But Amy Adler was if absent the other three factors, he'd have still got killed, because Amy Adler was a major thing for Wendi. It just might not seem so as much because of the other three big things. But man, she wasn't going to let that happen. She wanted him drinking, unemployed, drug addict, fat Asian hookers, and then eventually suicide, so that she could go to all of her people, their shared friends, and say, or whoever in her life, and say, "Oh yeah, it's terrible." He just couldn't move past the divorce, you know. Lost his mind, gave up on everything, gave up on himself. Sometimes I blame myself. If I'd have only found a way to stay with him and just endure that abuse for a few more years, maybe he wouldn't have had to take his own life. You know, in that version of events. And this is another thing that people do, right? And I want everyone to take this in. Some people, when they are when they want to say a bad thing about another person, but they don't want to come across as if they are saying a bad thing about another person, what they'll do is they'll pretend to feel like they were at fault, but in a way that definitely garners sympathy. Like they might say, "Oh no, it was my fault. I was so stupid. I was dumb." And then everybody chimes in and say, "No, you weren't dumb. The other person, they're evil."
He had started coming more into the boys' lives, and I don't think she was handling it well, from what I've heard.
At the time of Dan Markel's murder, was the defendant, your mother, very angry at Dan Markel?
Before he died?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And you hated him too, right?
At certain points, I was very frustrated with him.
Did you refer to him as an STD? One wrong mistake, marrying him, and this will never go away. Is that what you said?
I did.
And did you share that kind of sentiment with your mother?
I don't remember.
Hang on, what was that?
One wrong mistake, marrying him, and this will never go away. Is that what you said?
One wrong mistake, marrying him, and this will never go away. And she's saying that to Donna, who pretty much, I mean, it was almost like an arranged marriage, right? I mean, Donna was like, "Hey, look, I've been on J-Date, and there's this guy, Harvard professor, educated at Harvard and Oxford, blah, 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 blah." Huge. That's the other thing that people seem to kind of miss, or I don't know, they never go past the first layer. They go, "Oh, Wendi blames Danny for ending up in Tallahassee." Not true. It was Donna's fault. Wendi blamed Donna for putting her with Danny, and I think convincing her, you know, selling it to her, saying, listen, don't worry, you know, he's Harvard. That's really good. Harvard. He's going places. You know, he's going to make a lot of money. The whole kosher thing, we'll talk him out of that. We'll talk him out of that. We'll manipulate his ass out of that. Don't worry about that. We'll fix it. And then it didn't turn out like that, right? Yeah, we'll get him down to Miami. He'll live in Miami. And it wasn't like what Donna promised Wendi. They ended up in Tallahassee eating kosher. And that pissed Wendi off. Now, I'm sure she was pissed at Danny, but possibly even more so pissed at her mother for putting her with Danny. Hence, I'm happy to hand over my laptop with all your crazy emails that I haven't responded to and put on a digital record of the evidence that I'm about to hand over to the Tallahassee Police Department. Whew. Try saying that in one breath. Yeah. Setup. Not to mention all the meddling for years. Setup. I'm going to have you kill my husband, and I'm going to arrange it in such a way that if you don't go to prison forever, you'll be fucking lucky. And then, after that, everything you own, it's now mine. I mean, incredible. And frankly, I'm amazed that some vigilante hasn't taken it into their own hands. I mean, with the Nancy Guthrie thing, we've got people volunteering anonymous donations of $100,000 to double the FBI reward, right? $200,000 for information that finds Nancy Guthrie. People get involved. And I just find it incredible that someone hasn't run this bitch down in their car. I'm not promoting that. But I wouldn't be sorry if that happened.
I did. And did you share that kind of sentiment with your mother?
I don't remember ever saying that, so I don't think it's something I said very often.
And this was said in an email on February 26th of 2013, correct?
It was.
Approximately 17 months before the murder?
Yes.
And did you say in that email, that same email, quote, I hate my children's dad?
I did.
And do you agree that email was sent approximately 15 months before Mr. Markell was murdered?
It was in April of 2013.
You're 16 days apart, then you go on a date on the 14th. She makes the comment about her brother was looked into killing Danny the previous summer, which would have been summer of 2013. She didn't specify a month. You didn't question her any more about that.
I was too focused on this stuff. Yeah, I didn't.
No, when she's making this statement on the you're saying the Monday.
Yeah.
Which would be the 14th.
Yeah.
When she makes this statement that Charlie had looked into having someone do this for 15, it was going to cost. Hey, how much does it cost to kill this guy? And the answer that Charlie gets is $15,000. He shares that with his sister.
Yes.
Okay. And then she says that to you, and that was in the context preceding that conversation was basically, what do you want to do? You don't like it here. I'm talking in your.
You know, that was part of the conversation. There was constant conversation about Danny is awful, Tallahassee sucks. That's about all she ever said.
And I can't do anything. I'm stuck here because, I guess she got denied relocating with the kids. And she's saying, I'm stuck here unless something happens to Danny. That's what you're getting at.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at.
Now, those of us that have been following this case at all, we know that the behavior of Donna Adelson was often cruel and unusual. We know, for example, that she was ready to parade her grandchildren around in Nazi uniforms to try to get Dan Markel so embarrassed that he didn't want anything to do with his children, so he would allow Wendi to relocate to South Florida, something that was just never going to happen, obviously, from the start. But they were willing to pull out all the stops. And the way that Wendi is painted, certainly in the media and even throughout these trials, she is the very fragile, naive princess doll that, because she's so naive and because she's so fragile, needs to be sort of taken by the hand, carefully caretaken for, and ultimately sheltered from the behavior of her family members. But because her parents are so overly involved, it's easy for all of us and anyone that knew them to point the finger at mom and dad and not at Wendi when it comes to the level of cruelty with which the family operates. And as we look closer, what we see is that that's not really the case. That cruelty also existed inside of Wendi. And if we are being 100% honest with ourselves, the truth is in our face. There's no world where Wendi Adelson doesn't know that Dan Markel is going to be murdered if her family is responsible for it.
But she was pretty unreasonable about a lot of stuff, and frankly vindictive and mean. She just did not, he would kind of agree. He constantly tried to kind of keep things civil, and he never, even with us, he shared details, and it wasn't ever really like mean to her. It was like he was upset at what she did, but there's a difference. Like I went to New York, and like either she called him or he called her when he got off the plane and said, don't want to do this anymore.
She called him, I think, and said, I want a divorce, and he tried to get on a plane to come back.
Right. And by the time he got there,
she waited till he was out of town.
Yes.
You said that their plan was for Wendi to call Dan Markel as he was getting on stage, or right before he got on stage, to give a speech at a conference?
That's what I was told.
Okay. And what was Donna's demeanor when she was describing this plan to you about how she was able to set up this place for Wendi to live in, everything was ready for her, and then this is how she gave Dan the news?
She sounded pleased to me.
Came back very quickly. In other words, it had been planned.
Yeah, thanks so much to those happy birthday messages, people. Thank you, Christian and Speak, Les, SQD, and everybody else.
Because he got back and the house was cleaned out. The bank accounts were I don't know if they were all the way empty, but they were certainly half empty.
She had moved a bunch of money. I don't know, he had
And the way the Greenbergs came into this interview, I mean, they are fucking insufferable. I don't know what would be worse, spending a day with them or spending a day with Wendi and Dan when they were calling each other Mr. and Mrs. Bear. Hello, Mr. Bear. Oh, hello, Mrs. Bear. Can you imagine? Have you ever seen anybody do that? I mean, fuck. But the Greenbergs are almost worse. And that's the thing I always try and do. It works well with Wendi. It's a really good thing to apply to Wendi. When you notice something that's strange about her behavior, something just doesn't fit with the situation, try and compartmentalize the aspect of her behavior that is incongruent with the situation, and replace it into whatever situation that it would fit. Right? It's a really useful thing I've found for identifying the motive behind Wendi Adelson's character acting. We see it a lot with General Isom about the niece. I always see it as a niece. Uncle, niece. And he laps it up. And still people are coming to me saying, oh, I don't know, I think he might have known and didn't want her to lawyer up. Okay. Well, she did lawyer up immediately and fled. So that wasn't a good plan, was it? Yeah, no, I don't think so. He was totally taken in. And it's because he's a caring person. I like General Isom. I just don't... well, he might be very good at his job, but in the Wendi Adelson interview, it was like the perfect storm. It was the perfect storm of somebody who wants to be an uncle, and on the other side, a person who is very good at looking like they need an uncle. When those two things combine, somebody's going to be an uncle.
Like investments.
Hey! Thank you, Riding Shotgun. Have your cake and eat it too. I never understood that until recently. When people would say, oh, you want to have your cake and eat it too? And I'd say, well, yeah, of course. What do you mean? It's my fucking cake. I have my cake and I eat the cake. What else would I do with it? What else would you do with your own cake? I mean, maybe share with others or eat it to yourself. But it took me years to understand that the reason that it doesn't, the reason that it's whatever it is, you want to have your cake and eat it too. But if you eat it, you don't have it anymore. It's like you want to hold on to something that you can't consume or get any use of, but having it is the consumption within itself. Very interesting.
Money, and she
wouldn't tell him where the kids were for like, it took 2 weeks, I think, for her to even like agree to meet him with somewhere with the kids. It was very strange.
She would not tell.
Right, we remember going like, golly, this is certainly not a threatening personality. Like he's not a dominant, like, she's treating him like that's like what a battered person, like a battered spouse would do, and she was just very unreasonable about it. And she would put him on Skype when she did Skype. She'd put him on Skype eating bacon.
Knowing that.
That kind
like
of
it was
stuff.
totally to piss Danny off.
Her parents were goading her on, like, you need to go to the mattresses, you need to get, and they wanted to be done with him and really stick it to him. There was a mentality when she would talk to me and when I was present with them when they would talk, that he owed her.
Okay.
And he owed her big time, which they weren't married a whole lot of years, but there was this, he owes you. That was, and I don't know whether it was because she had told them she felt she had been abused or what, but that was incredibly present. And the people that she talked to on Team Wendi had heard stories that Danny was very upset about.
When I started dating that girl, that was it for us. Didn't talk after that. She was very hurt.
When you started dating?
So when Jeff started dating that girl, that's the one that Wendi went and ruined for him, right? Again, she's not going to have any ex-lover replace her with anybody. It's like, listen, you break up with Wendi Adelson, you've got one choice. And it ends in you taking your own life. After years of anguish and frustration and losing everything you've ever held. That's the only way out. Yeah, when I got with that girl, that was it for us. No doubt.
That girl. It was a long story, but long story very, very short. She said, she knew this woman, and she said, I should introduce you guys, because we decided, probably not going to be able to continue this, but it's in this limbo because of the crime. And I said, yeah, you should introduce us sometime. And she sent her an email to introduce us, but we'd already been dating. I didn't want to bother Wendi with that when she's dealing with her murder.
Right.
And she texted me scathing texts, like, I never want to talk to you again, and that was it. Shortly thereafter that conversation, this woman said, I'm not interested in seeing you any longer.
Okay.
So, which I thought was pretty aggressive. When I texted Wendi, I said, hey, put me through a lot of shit. Give me a break here. Just stay out of this, please. And she didn't. Very aggressive.
You know, I know we don't hear a whole lot of Wendi's side of anything. It was very difficult to. We saw her very shortly after that and just told her, gave her our condolences. We're sorry this is happening, but you know, it's very difficult to be friends with both of them. You know,
right,
and Danny was the one we always see at shul, but you know, that same week that happened, we said, well, what can we do? And you know, again, he said, well, I have no place to go for Shabbos dinner, and so we invited him over.
And then that's how it
went from there, and it kind of gradually became
closer,
closer and closer.
You heard at the funeral, like he truly, when he would come, he would bring stuff. He never came empty-handed. With his boys, he doted on them. Bedtime. I mean, he slept with them. Like he had family bed with his boys. So
he was overboard in some of that.
The legal situation was getting to another point where it was blowing up.
He somehow found out that she withheld financial disclosure.
Yes.
God, there's the picture, huh? There's the picture. So fucking orchestrated. And part of her whole outfit that day, right? I need to look too. I need to appear so disheveled that when I'm usually so put together, that people are like, whoa, that must be because she's in genuine grief. Because she's so fucked up. Look, she's not even smiling. She usually smiles in the picture. This is her smile. So pretty, so nice, so put together. And now this. Horrible because of the guilt. No, not guilt. Because of the shock and the anguish.
And was going to use that?
Yes.
For what purpose?
It was to discredit her and have things adjusted, I believe, including getting back his heirloom.
Okay, he told you this?
Yes.
Okay, and he told you the figure of
$500,000 is what he
Danny
said.
told you that directly?
Yes.
So in other words, when they were going through their divorce proceedings and they each had to file disclosure statements,
correct,
she shorted it by $500,000.
He said she fraudulently did it, yes.
And he didn't bring it up then? Or he didn't know about it then?
He didn't know about it then.
But he's discovered it since?
Yes. And then
she's like, $500,000. That's a rounding error, Judge. That's all it is. It's not illegal.
And just in the last few months, it has felt like a renewed flurry of legal activity.
Number 4, the name changes.
4. God, the name changes are brutal. And again, one of the Wendi Adelson things that's just like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how obvious it is. I'm going to change not only the last names, that even before he was murdered, I'd been sending out invitations to, what was it, some school event or something for the boys, and it was sent out to Ben Adelson before Markel had been shot. And then, hey, that's not enough. That's not enough. The middle name. The middle name is a tribute to the Markel side of the family. In particularly, yes. So that needs to go. And the excuse is what? That the boys are being stalked by the same crazed individual that murdered their father, is now coming after them and looking up the surnames of preschools in South Beach. It's comically obscure. It's just fucking ridiculous. But the thing is, why is it comically ridiculous? I mean, we know that, but why does she put that to the test? Why does she introduce so many things that are comically ridiculous? When did you meet your husband? You know, so many. It's part of her thing, and it's unusual. As far as general liar tactics go, Casey Anthony, fucking, as far as I'm concerned, you know, I don't like her, but I find it difficult to think of who has topped her in lying and in sheer fucking boldness. I mean, just, yeah, come on. Universal Studios, this way. This is where I work. Well, go back to my office. Hi, everybody. Well, yeah, keep working. And then suddenly she turns around and says, okay, I don't work here. I give up. I don't work here. I made it all up. But just to go to that level, Wendi wouldn't do that. Jodie wouldn't do that. In fact, I can't think of anybody apart from Casey Anthony that would have the fucking balls to do that. It's incredible. And you know, I can't stand her. This is one of the reasons I've not covered the cases, because she just makes me feel sick. But gotta give her some credit for the way she is able to lie is pretty impressive, to be honest. And when I was thinking of the top 5, who are the top 5 liars? Well, not Chris Watts. I don't even know if Wendi would be on there. Casey would be on there. Jodie would be somewhere on there, I suppose. Who else? Who are the top 5 liars? Let us know in the comments.
For a while, I tried to rationalize why it might be reasonable for Wendi Adelson to change the name of her sons after Dan Markel's death.
I changed their last name, and I changed my older son's middle name.
Okay. And you changed their last name from Markel to what?
To mine.
Now, Wendi claims, of course, that she did it for the boys' safety because when she was enrolling them in school after Dan Markel's death, using the name Adelson was safer than using the name Markel. Now, for those of us that have been tracking this case closely and have heard about the Adelsons for 1,000 years, it seems absolutely implausible to believe that using Markel would have been less safe than using the name Adelson, given the notoriety of the Adelsons. But okay, let's give Wendi the benefit of the doubt. And let's just say this all happens, you know, before the name Adelson blows up into all of our consciousness.
Gypsy Rose Blanchard. Thank you, Carrie Brooke. This is for the great liars, the top 5 liars? Yeah. Yeah, and her mother, to be honest, with the fucking Munchausen's by proxy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, we lost all of our paperwork in Katrina. Yeah, no, she has cancer of the brain, cancer of the eyes, cancer of the neck, cancer of the back, and cancer of the feet. So that means medical bills and a trip to Disney. And we also qualify for having the local people build us a home. My God. Well, I feel sorry for that fucking kid, though, huh? The boy. I mean, you know, whatever that was, I don't know. It just seems really fucking bad on him, man. And he really didn't know what the fuck was going on. Had no idea.
That always seemed a little sus to me. In particular, because Wendi also changed.
Are we talking about quantity or quality of lies? Well, if it were quantity, that'd have to be Jodie. I mean, I can't even come close to imagining someone who has done more for the quantity of lies than Jodie Arias. That's she cannot be, what is the word? Dethroned? Unthroned? What is it? I don't know. Dethroned. Yeah, dethroned. She cannot be dethroned. No, we're talking about, it's not really quality either. It's about, what is it? Method. The ability to influence. Knowing how to leave grey areas, putting just the right amount of information out so that the blanks are filled in almost by default. I mean, it's incredible. Real fine art, real fine art. And even sick cunts like Wendi, Jodie, not that good. They're really not that good. It takes a special kind of motherfucker. And that motherfucker is Casey Anthony.
Changes the middle Hebrew name of one of her sons. Now, that doesn't seem like it would have anything to do with safety. That seems like a way to try to literally erase Dan Markel's existence, soup to nuts. Now, we also hear Donna trying to defend that she never actually forbid Dan Markel's parents from seeing the boys, but then we hear something completely different, even just days after Dan.
I just love how excited this person is to say whatever she has in her mouth. It's great, isn't it? What is the thing she says?
That seems like a way to try to literally erase Dan Markel's existence, soup to nuts. Now, we also hear Donna trying to defend that she never actually forbid Dan Markel's parents from seeing the boys, but then we hear something completely different, even just days after Dan Markel is murdered.
Ruth was trying to talk to Donna Adelson, Wendy's mom, and saying like, oh, I really like to see the boys. And like Donna just kept walking away.
Who was saying that?
Ruth.
Right.
Said to Wendy's mom, Donna. Today at the service. I'd really like to see the boys. And Donna kept walking away with the boys. And Ruth turned to me and she said, I hope what I just saw didn't actually happen.
But it was this good call by the investigators that came out during Donna Adelson's trial that ultimately tipped the scales for me.
This is the, it looks like an electronic invitation for my dad's 70th birthday.
An Evite, right?
Yes.
And who sent the invitation to you?
Well, it looks like it's through the postmark.
I mean, who sent the party invitations out?
I don't remember if I helped with the Evite or if my mom did it. So I don't know if I sent it to myself or if it's from my mom.
Just trying to help, Miss Kappelman. I don't remember. I don't remember if it was I who sent it to my mom or my mom sent it to me through myself to my email from Donna Harvey. So I don't know if it was my father or my mother. Did I tell you that they've been married over 50 years? And that they're super happy and in love?
Would you have sent it to yourself?
I'm a little better with tech stuff than my parents, so I might have helped them put together an Evite.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Who does it say is the host of the party?
Oh, my mom's the host. You asked who sent the email, and I didn't remember. But my mom is the host of the party for my dad.
And to whom is the party invitation sent?
It's sent to me and my 2 children.
The party invitation is sent to me and my 2 children. Even that, I mean, what the fuck? Why would you need to do that? You're gonna send an e-vite, an e-invitation to your daughter who's helping you make the invitations. You're gonna send one to her and her 2 children who are practically living with you. Okay. Why? You could just tell her. She's right there.
Okay. And this was sent on July 3rd, 2014, before the murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
What is a kabuki? Christina, look at that kabuki makeup.
And then back up just a little bit here. This email, do you recognize this one? Are you able to read it okay on your screen?
I can read it okay.
All right. Who sent this email?
This is from, it says my mom, but it says Harvey Adelson. So again, I don't know which parent it's from.
Okay. If it was from Harvey Adelson, would he say Lincoln is going to be attending Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson?
I mean, it seems more likely somebody else would have written with his grandpa, but I don't know. I kind of write those things sometimes, like Lincoln will attend something with his mom and say my name. I know it's awkward to say it in the third person, but I don't think it's impossible.
Okay. But this reference to Lincoln Adelson did happen prior to the legal name change, correct?
Yes. No, I from the beginning, I was scared when I put them in school, and so I didn't legally change their name until a year after, but I was socially using my name for them.
Wendi had already started using the name Adelson for the boys right before the death of Dan Markel. Number 3, insisting that she be in Tallahassee on the exact day that Dan Markel is murdered.
I was leaving for Tennessee on Friday. And she said, I want to spend that Monday through Thursday with you. I said, great. You want to go to St. Augustine? She loves the beach. She hates Tallahassee. This, again, is just very strange and suspicious to me. Wendi Adelson tells me, what I want to do is a staycation. I want to stay home in Tallahassee. And I said, you want to stay in Tallahassee the hottest week of the year? He goes, yeah, we'll go to Tom Brown Park, we'll do this. I said, you hate it here. I'm offering to take you away. Why wouldn't you? It's just really strange at the time. I remember saying to my friends, like, Wendi wants, people laughed. I said, Wendi says she wants to stay in Tallahassee. Like, she leaves town, sure you know, every chance she gets, she leaves town. Why would she want to stay? I said, I don't know. I have no idea. I finally managed to convince her to do a trip to St. Augustine, but we had to schedule it so that we were back basically by the time of the shooting. So that was just strange. It was peculiar at the time. And she was, when we scheduled that trip to St. Augustine, I was sitting her, she has her calendar open. You have to schedule everything with her. That's just how she was. There was just, at the time, I can remember sitting in her office trying to schedule this, and there was this weirdness about that weekend. We're scheduling other things, no problem, but that weekend, she just was intent on. That day meant something to me before Danny was shot. Like, there's something weird about that week. don't know what it is, but there's something weird about that week. If we keep going through June, other things I noticed in June that were really crazy.
Let me back up a second so I get this right.
Yeah.
July 11th through 19th, you're supposed to go to California.
Yeah.
Leave on the 11th, come back on the 19th.
I can look it up for you. It might be 12th to 19th, but it was the week that Danny was shot. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when is she saying, I can't do it? What date? What date are we talking about when she's telling you I can't do it?
Early June. I can pull up the exact
Early
date.
June.
Early June, yeah.
So you're supposed to go to California with her, just you two.
We have plane tickets purchased. And she sat me down, I think it was June 5th or 7th. I will find out for you if you would like.
Yeah.
And she just said, I can't do that, and it just didn't make sense. It just didn't make any sense.
So she'd already said that date was that window of...
She said, this is the one week I have to go see your parents. And I
11th
said,
through the 19th.
But that was in May we booked them. Then we have the flight. I find out about Danielle's sack. And afterwards she says, I feel comfortable with that. She just had an appointment with her therapist, and she said, my main concern is I want to be able to see the kids on that day, the day that Danny was shot. We have people volunteering to babysit if they needed to, if we were delayed. We weren't going to be delayed. And she insisted it was not because she didn't want to go with me. She wanted to spend that week with me. She just wanted to spend that week with me in Tallahassee. She did not want to leave Tallahassee that week.
Okay.
And I mean, there's 3 different times. There's that time, then there's the staycation thing where I'm like, what are you talking about? That's bizarre. And then there was which we scheduled the trip to St. Augustine. If I fast forward a little bit, we had the trip to St. Augustine planned until July 15th or 16th, and she canceled that the last second.
It's so known in Tallahassee, in their circle, amongst their peers in their workplace, how much Wendi hates Tallahassee, that Jeff is saying to people, you know what she said? She wants to stay in Tallahassee. She hates it so much that all of those people, they just go, what? Because it wouldn't even be odd if it wasn't so known, right? To the public, to the general people that know her.
So 3 different times she canceled plans with me in the 2 or 3 day period with Danny.
What you're leading to is this is highly suspicious that she needs to be here on the 18th of July.
Yeah, just anecdotally, subjectively, whatever it's worth, it was really weird. It was really strange. I know this woman. I know her really well. And there was something at the time with me saying to my friend.
You don't know her that well. I mean, you've not even known her a year. You've been dating, sort of, for a few months. I mean...
That's what's going on. It's just really, really strange.
Number 2. Wendy's suspiciousness.
Does she still have the same phone number?
She switched her phone 3 or 4 days after the shooting because she thought you guys had bugged it.
Okay. All right. Do you have the new number?
I don't. I think she has the same number. She has a different phone. She just wants
a different handset. Which is
silly because they want to. You don't need to put a bug on a phone physically. Right. I mean, it's funny.
Why would she be concerned?
Yeah, you put it on the number. There's no point changing the handset if it's the same number, because it's the number that they're tracking. Do any handset you want. What the fuck?
About people bugging her phone, or police bugging her phone, I guess is what she's specifically concerned about.
She's real concerned.
Did someone just want a new phone, Wendi? Have they just brought out a fucking new iPhone in July 2014? No, I'll have to change this. Mine's bugged. Tallahassee Police Department, those snoopy cops have bugged my phone. So, new phone. I want the Pro Max.
About that. She told me that.
Did you ask why?
No, I knew I immediately thought she did this, and so she told me 50 times, Jeff, I had nothing to do with this. And I always just let it be silent, sorry. I just let it be silent because I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to play my hand. I've never said anything to her. I just wanted to listen. I was hoping she might give me something interesting, and I would come tell you guys. Because she's erratic enough, I thought she might say something stupid. She must have said 50 times I had nothing to do with this. And you saw her statement in the press. She's worried for the safety of her and her children. No one's suggesting a serial killer looking for Jewish warriors, you know? I mean, this was pretty targeted, so...
Yeah, you think, she's concerned for her children's safety.
Wendi plays the victim so well. To me, it looked like classic Wendi. Everybody else felt bad for her. I thought, holy crap, she did this.
Why did you tell investigator Isom in your law enforcement interview that you were worried the police, or you were worried, I guess, in the police car on the way to be interviewed, that you might be considered a suspect?
Because I couldn't think of anything bad going on in his life other than the divorce. And frequently the ex-wife is a suspect.
Or a student that he gave a bad grade to.
Were you treated as a suspect?
I was not.
But you mentioned 9 times in your law enforcement interview being a suspect.
I thought it was more than 9 times. It's got to be more than 9 times.
Didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you were approached at the restaurant, you weren't yet told that this was a shooting, were you?
I was not.
You were only told something happened with your ex-husband.
I don't even know if I was told that. I was very scared something happened to my kids, and that's why law enforcement was there, and they wouldn't tell me what was going on.
But they did reassure you that the kids were fine. You remember
They told me that law enforcement officers were with the children, which terrified me because I didn't know why my children would need law enforcement officers.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police car?
In the car, they told me.
Did they, though?
Okay, in the car, they told you what?
They said, your ex...
Did they, Not the whole thing. They said that they told her that her children are fine and located and being, watched. They're secure. Yeah, but not the full thing.
Husband has been shot.
Okay. So that you learned that information prior to...
Told me. Enforcement officers were with the children, which terrified...
Hang on. Did she just say that General Isom told her in the car on the way to TPD that your ex-husband has been shot?
Me because I didn't know why my children would need law enforcement officers.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police car?
In the car, they told me.
Did they, though?
Okay, in the car, they told you what?
They said, your ex-husband has been shot.
Okay. So that you...
That is just demonstrably false. I mean... Amazing that she'll go to that length, right? There was a shooting at your home. What's it? We can get it verbatim after.
You learned that information prior to getting into the interview room?
Yes.
There was a shooting at your home.
You see, that's what I love about Samantha's videos, is because she's taken the time to do our work for us. I don't need to go and get the bit because she's already done it. Fantastic work, Samantha.
Your ex-husband's home at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, no, I'm the same. Whenever I hear tragic news, traumatic news, I wait until the second time I'm told before I have a dramatic emotional reaction. Yeah. I employ stoicism the first time I'm told, but the second time, then it's the waterworks.
I know, that's a tremendous funny. I don't know. 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 I
well, before we get into everything, I have to establish where you were and who you were with and so forth.
I've decided not to take this video as the time to go into depth about the personality profile of Wendi Adelson. All I will say here now is that Wendi has spent a lifetime building the personality, building the exterior that she wants you to see. And she is counting on that.
This is deep. This is what totally sold me on this channel. She has spent a lifetime building the, what was it?
The personality, building the exterior that she wants you to see. And she is counting on that exterior now to keep her out of prison. But make no mistake, that is an exterior. That is not who she really is. And the number one reason that I am absolutely certain Wendi Adelson knew about the death of Dan Markel is because of Charlie Adelson's narcissism.
And I love this reason. I love that that's position one. Because we're talking about Wendi. But the number one reason is so telling that it doesn't even have to be about Wendi. It's clear from Charlie's actions. Which, I don't know, it was a nice twist. It felt like a twist.
She called me.
She called you.
She called me and described it. Yeah.
When was this episode? Do you remember?
I can find out for you, but I don't remember. It was not too long after the crime. It was the celebration dinner.
And what was the celebration for?
That Danny was gone. That's how Charlie talks about Danny.
But I mean, you don't hear that firsthand. She
tells me that. She says we went out for what Charlie called a celebration dinner.
Because Danny's gone.
Mm-hmm. Hip hip hooray.
But they had a celebration dinner, and what caused her?
It sounds like something out of a movie, right? Someone does something they wish they hadn't. Someone makes a remark. They vomit.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like. But she puked on the table.
How did Lacoste know about the celebration dinner?
That we went out to dinner. She got sick, so she may have told someone that she threw up.
And then what? He just added the part about you referring to it as a celebration?
I never referred to it as a celebration dinner. I picked my sister up. I said, "Where do you want to go to eat?" She said she wanted pizza or sushi. I said, "I know a great
pizza or sushi." Who has ever been in the mood as an either or? What do you feel like eating? Well, I'd like either pizza or sushi. I mean, they're completely opposite. Different ends of the spectrum. One is light, well, apart from the rice maybe, but, you know, clean eating, delicate, ornate, palate cleansing. And then pizza, or a really heavy, doughy, bready, greasy, salty. It's like if I say to you, what are you in the mood to do? And you say, well, I'm either in the mood for miniature golf or deep sea scuba diving. Because there's no correlation between the two things, you know, pizza or sushi. Okay. If you said I'm in the mood for pizza or lasagna, that would make sense because it's in the same ballpark. Sushi's not in the same ballpark. If you said I'm in the mood for sushi or Vietnamese, That might make sense. But not with the pizza, you see? It's very simple.
Great sushi place. We went there. We didn't have reservations. We ended up sitting at the bar for an hour waiting for our table, and she had 2 drinks and got sick.
She vomited on the dinner table. Or at the dinner table.
Yeah, she got her to the bathroom. But yeah, she doesn't drink.
Has I Don't Belong Here, Samantha, done a video about the Uvia dinner that we haven't done? And I'm sure everybody remembers I've been promising for a year and a half. It might have become a redundant point. I don't know, but if she has an opinion, I'd love to know about it.
Alcohol. So those 2 drinks, and I think on an empty stomach, I think she got really sick.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Christina. I'm in the mood for ice cream or steak. Let's just mix the 2 in one big bowl.
Manipulative person, a pathological liar. Wendy was an alcoholic while I was with her. She drank her dinner most nights.
One of the few things that you can be absolutely sure about in the Adelson case is that Charlie Adelson is a textbook narcissist.
I met her brother Charlie when I was down there in Miami for Immokalee. You may recall that I said I found him to be a very strange person, very aggressive verbally. He takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Wait a minute, back up a second.
Yeah, he takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Sex tourism?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, South America.
I'm kind of a sheltered guy.
Well, I was shocked not only that he would tell people he did that, but that he would tell his younger sister. That was strange to me. Very odd. And there's this odd dynamic between them. The whole family is real weird. Most people that spend time with them say this is, social workers might consider incest in this family. Is there violence in this family? Something's up with this family. But I mentioned to you that he talked in the hot tub about punishing a girl by anally violating her in front of Wendy and I, like bragging about the fact that he'd hurt this girl because she had got him in an uncomfortable situation. So he came off like an offender to me. He came off like a, kind of sociopathic, like this is strange. He just met me, he's telling me this. It was really, really weird.
Thank you, Jeff, for giving us the perfect examples of what it means to be a textbook narcissist.
Wendy with Charlie, and I don't know who pulls the trigger, but there's a very strange relationship between those 2.
Narcissists like Charlie are so proud of this kind of behavior that even to their baby sisters, they have to brag. They have to explain to the world how wonderful they are. They have to. In Charlie Adelson's mind, as the big brother, the big protective brother of his little princess baby sister, the greatest gift that he could possibly be giving her is to murder, to eliminate the problem of Dan Markel.
And by the way, while she's in South Florida, she is completely miserable. She gets depressed, she gets anxious, and she's got her baggage. But I never, even though we didn't have much contact, I never heard her as bad as she was this trip to South Florida. I mean, this blew up her world.
And how do you know she was in a bad place?
Just because when we talked, she was just...
So she did call you like...
Yeah. 14 days, I got 3 phone calls. But they were really... I'm a clinician. She doesn't sound good clinically. I mean, she sounded really bad. I was worried about her, actually. I didn't think she was a suicide risk, but I thought she was really depressed is what I thought was going on. And she hates Tallahassee. I mean, I'm sure that you've heard that already. She does not want to be here. And I was the one thing that was kind of her anchor here, and boom. So this was her odd position.
Right.
And as crazy and twisted as that may sound to you, that is who Charlie Adelson is. And I don't think that there's a therapist, social worker, psychiatrist, psychologist on earth that would argue otherwise.
Have you been a good brother to Wendy?
I always try to be a good brother.
Dan Markel accused your sister of fraud, right?
He made an accusation, yeah.
Threatened her with federal kidnapping charges?
Oh, that's a new one. You just told me.
You see, that's the kind of thing that makes Charlie believe that he's done a good job, that he was like this, fucking, what do you call it? grandmaster, chess master. What do you call it? What do you call the guy who's the best at chess? Isn't there a thing? We'll say chess master, because Georgia Kappelman asks, what was it?
Psychologist on earth that would argue otherwise.
Have you been a good brother to Wendi?
I've always tried to be a good brother.
Dan Mark.
Have you been a good brother to Wendi? This is a light version, but I've always tried to be a good brother. You see, that's non-committive, right? It's not making any claim. It's talking about an attempt without saying one way or the other, negative or affirmative. And then
Markel accused your sister of fraud, right?
Professor Markel accused your sister of fraud, right? He made an accusation. And that's the sort of thing where he goes, I did a perfect job. Those idiots on the jury probably don't even know how to spell accusation.
He made an accusation, yeah.
Threatened her with federal kidnapping charges.
Oh, that's a new one. You just told me.
That one's in the emails that are in evidence. Did you review those?
I didn't review the federal kidnapping charges in this case.
Why not? Because you've got so much time on your hands? Or not enough? You're so busy? Doing what? You've been in jail for, at this point, what was it? Almost 18 months? April arrest to October trial, so yeah, 18 months. I didn't review the federal kidnapping charges in this case. Well, if I were you, I would have wanted to know everything. I'd have read it all twice.
Seeking contempt proceedings, you heard about that here in court, yes?
I heard about that, yeah.
Even went after her lawyer personally, right?
He made serious threats against her lawyer.
And her bar card could have been in jeopardy if any of those, or some of them.
I heard the other day she was saying that, I guess he was threatening her lawyer's bar card.
Her lawyer's bar card as well as Wendy's.
He was making lots of threats and writing lots of stuff, I guess.
Empty threats.
And he messed with your mom too, didn't he, in that grandma motion? You know which one I'm talking about?
I don't think he was messing with my mom. I mean, nobody took that seriously, and I don't think anyone even knew about it.
Isn't your mom... I'm sorry, finish.
I said I don't think anyone even knew about it till years later.
Isn't your mom notorious for always getting worked up about everything?
She gets upset. I mean, she's a concerned mom. I mean...
But is she notorious for getting really worked up about everything?
To a certain extent. I mean,
aren't those your own words from Call S that's in evidence in this case?
Yeah, those are my words, but you can't, not to an extreme, but she does worry.
There is no world, and I mean no world, where Charlie Adelson would murder a man for his little sister and not tell her about it. Especially if he's going to give $350,000 for it. No world where Charlie Adelson did not.
Yeah, that's why they call him the anonymous donor. He loves to donate anonymously and not take credit. Yeah, absolutely.
Does not brag about that to her. So there is absolutely no question, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt that Wendi Adelson knew and knows about the fact that her brother hired a hitman to murder Dan Markel. No doubt.
Do you and Donna have to protect Wendi?
No.
Or isn't it true that you don't feel that Wendi appreciates everything you and Donna do for her?
I had somewhat of an innate anger towards her. Mm-hmm. Probably unjust because she didn't know what happened. But yeah, I was upset.
because that is what it means to be a narcissist, and that is what Charlie Adelson is. Absolutely no doubt, full stop, hands down. And that means Wendi absolutely knew about the death of Dan Markel, and just so happens...
Did you talk to your brother Charlie on the morning of the murder?
I did.
And does an 18-minute conversation at 9:30 a.m. that day sound correct?
It does.
Do you remember the nature of that conversation?
I do. I didn't purchase the TV, so I didn't know how much the TV cost. And so I called him to find out if it made more sense to get the TV repaired or buy a new TV, because I didn't know what the delta was there.
Okay. Can you tell the jury one way or the other for sure whether you mentioned Dan Markel's travel plans to Charlie during that 18-minute phone call?
I can't say for sure, but I don't see why I would have brought it up.
And isn't that funny? Wendi tells us it was because she was on the phone about a warranty about a television.
On the morning of the murder, did you have an appointment at your residence on Aqua Ridge?
I did.
What was the nature of that appointment?
I had an appointment with the Geek Squad. There were some vertical lines on the TV. I didn't know if maybe one of my kids had tapped it or touched it, but it wasn't working.
Okay, plausible. Except Jeff Lacoste, who had been spending an awful lot of time with Wendi in the days just before Dan Markel's death, had an interesting interaction with Wendi around this TV.
No, she kind of asked me to look into the TV, as if, she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know the better explanation at the time. So I was kind of mystified as to what happened. It looked like a human being, between 5'5" and 6 foot. Between 5'5" and 6 foot, something like that. It stood in front of it and hit it. That's what it looked like. But she was asking me.
Okay, so it was like an impact mark, like a round impact with spider webs.
Exactly, the image, the pixels are distorted. Most people have probably seen this, so it's, and it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what was going on the television, but it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
And they were scheduled to come sometime between 8 and 12.
Now, not only is it pretty convenient that the TV, the one that Charlie said was cheaper than buying her a hitman, gave her an alibi by placing her at her house at the exact time that somebody would have been over at her old place on Trescott murdering Dan Markel. And the strange thing about it was the way that Wendi approached explaining to Jeff that the TV was broken, right? Making it sound like she didn't know anything about it and kind of encouraging him to go discover that the TV was broken and see if he could fix it, right? The whole thing is just bizarre, and it's an example, again, of Wendi playing so stupid that, this absolutely brilliant woman, let me explain, the valedictorian of her class, okay? A woman who's been at Ivy League universities with a master's degree and a law degree, who's had some of the most prestigious clerkships in the world.
I don't know. I don't know a lot about AV equipment.
And
I don't know. I haven't done
Ding, 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 ding. She's funny. AV equipment. She's talking about her fucking home television. I don't know much about AV equipment.
Who's been at Ivy League universities with a master's degree and a law degree, who's had some of the most prestigious clerkships in the world.
I don't know. I don't know a lot about AV equipment.
And
I don't know. I haven't done when
I know Neverly Darling loves that bit. We'll do it one more time just for her. I love it too. It's great.
I don't know. I don't know a lot about AV equipment.
And
I don't know. I haven't done Wendi Adelson's entire life is a performance. She has spent all of her energy making sure that people have a very specific understanding image idea in their head of who she is.
Wendi is an incredibly bright, incredibly intelligent individual.
An image that she's been carefully crafting for decades. One that she's even sold to her parents.
Welcome to The Weakest Link.
Wendi.
Once appearing on that old quiz show, The Weakest Link.
When I was little, I wanted to be a giraffe.
Is there anything else you've ever dreamed of?
Well, I was in the circus for a while as a contortionist.
She wants everybody to see her as this perfect, smart, humane, sweet, kind princess.
Poised, capable, professional, competent, articulate.
I mean, they called each other the Bears.
Mr. Bear was Danny and Mrs. Bear was Wendi, and that was their thing.
And what she is?
Which is absolutely excruciating, Mr. Bear, Mrs. Bear.
Underneath that is lost.
Beautiful.
That's what she is.
Thank you, Samantha. This is not said enough. I don't know that I've heard it anywhere else apart from myself. And there's a humanity to that realization. I'm not a big believer in fucking evil and that kind of thing. I mean, sometimes that gets tested. And Wendi does test that, but underneath all of that shit, is just somebody who doesn't know what to do and can't stand the fact that they don't know what to do. And all of what she has become, and the layers and layers that are now undoable, that's all a reaction to that over time. It solidifies. It's like mollusks on a whale's nose. You know, when the whale comes up and says hello to the boat and they scrape off the barnacles? Well, if that's not done every season, the barnacles build up and the whale dies. Yeah. I want to see that again. Just unpack it a little.
Professional, competent, articulate.
I mean, they called each other the Bears.
Mr. Bear was Danny and Mrs. Bear was Wendi, and that was their thing.
And what she is, underneath that, is lost. That's what she is.
And that right there, what Samantha has just done is the last thing Wendi will ever want to hear. That is the message that should be spreading into all this stuff about Wendi's evil, she's a manipulator, she's a master liar. She loves that. That's her fuel. Because the opinion buys into her mask. But what she doesn't want you to see is what Samantha just told us. That's how to get to her. And I think Georgia knows that. I'm certain of it. Because Georgia's way, particularly in Donna's trial and Charlie's as well, I think, Georgia's way of posing questions sometimes to Wendi is almost like she's talking to someone who is retarded. You know, like the way that you would talk to, I don't know, someone who needs to be in assisted living and monitored and medicated, you know, someone who's really far gone. Georgia does that. And there's almost this feeling of like, really? Are you really that lost, Wendi? I think Georgia's definitely identified that that is the thing that really gets under Wendi's skin. It's her Achilles heel, pretty much. It's the thing that needs to be exploited in the fight against her. And the fight to bring justice to Dan Markel and his family.
Completely lost.
One more time, because it, for me, this is the last, 1 minute, 2 minute of the video, and it's just such a great point to end on. All of what we've been through, the points, the 10 points, that was all fantastic and very valid. But it really came down to that last point. What she is, really, underneath all of that other shit, is lost. Completely fucking lost. And completely unable to face the fact that she is lost. Which is a dangerous thing. And in some ways, I think I've heard people say this, and I think I may have even dabbled in the idea myself of, does that afford her my sympathy? Does that afford the fact that Wendi is so fucking broken that all of her evil shit is just the defense mechanisms, layer upon layer, year upon after year? No, I don't feel sympathy for her. Because here's why. And it's hard to imagine someone who was better positioned to get the best psychotherapy, some kind of psychological treatment. Money, connections, people in medical, education sector, and imagine the kind of, if Wendi Adelson really looked in the mirror one day, years ago, and said to herself, man, I'm fucked up. I don't want to spend the rest of my life fucked up. I better do something about it. I'm going to start today. Who can I call that can put me in touch with a top-notch psycho, whatever it may be, for my treatment? She could have had as much as that. She could have had 3 sessions a week, right? Long sessions. And it wouldn't have cost even a fraction of what those fucking lawyers cost at $600 an hour. Imagine the therapy you could get for $600 an hour. It would be like Good Will Hunting, but with Wendi Adelson. Wow, imagine that. Yeah, you know, and we hear that with dipshit killers, you know, some fucking meth head from Georgia. The court will say, listen, you had opportunity to get help for your mental problem before you killed your mother or whatever. You know, you were offered help. Somebody told you where to go, and so yeah, it was her responsibility. But for whatever reason, she is just completely unable to even entertain any notion that she is lost.
They called each other the Bears.
Mr. Bear was Danny and Mrs. Bear was Wendy, and that was their thing.
And what she is underneath that is lost. That's what she is.
Good night, Carrie Brooks. So good to see you again. Come back soon. We miss you.
Completely lost. This is a performance, and she did know about the death of Dan Markel. And the tragedy is that she may end up getting away with it because she was smart.
I agree with that as well. I agree with that as well. I'm getting to the point where, I mean, where is the cutoff point exactly? Where we go, okay, well, it looks like there's not going to be an arrest. Is it 6 months? Is it a year? Is it 2 years? Is it 11 years? I mean, how long? It's like the Guthrie case. People are still saying, well, maybe she's still out there. I mean, it's been like 3 weeks, so, you know, there's a point, isn't there? Where you go, maybe the 84-year-old is not alive anymore. What is that point? Well, clearly it's not 3 weeks. Is it 6 weeks? Is it a month? Is it 3 months? I mean, what, are they just going to keep her for a year, like Elizabeth Smart?
Smart enough to distance herself when she needed to most from her brother and from her mother. At the end of the day, I don't know if, number one, they have enough evidence.
What was that? What was that? Because the mother and the brother.
This is a performance, and she did know about the death of Dan Markel. And the tragedy is that she may end up getting away with it because she was smart enough to distance herself when she needed to most from her brother and from her mother.
Distancing herself from her mother and her brother, yes, but also there's an additional thing of, you know, particularly with Charlie, she basically threw him under the bus, not only to get him in trouble, but also that was a good look for her claim of innocence. Why would I, if I were involved, why would my co-conspirator be the first name I mentioned in a 5-hour interview? What did we say once? We said, the best way to help myself is to not help them. It's much more cunning than distancing. Distancing would be like, hey, go over there and don't, relate to us in any way. That's distancing. It wasn't distant when she was in the interview room going, my brother Charlie, he makes a lot of jokes in bad taste, and it was always his joke, and I said the TV was a man. You know, is that distant? I don't think that's distance. There was zero need for her to say that, other than the fact of it supported her lack of foreknowledge, lack of any knowledge that there was a conspiracy afoot. And hey, if Charlie goes down, if my interfering, meddling fucking brother goes down with my bitch mother, yeah, you can have my laptop. Yeah, come to my house and you can have my laptop so that you can verify my emails that I sent to my work around the time of the murder. Because it's all time-stamped. But also, I know that you'll have access to the emails from my mother that I didn't reply to via that that method, that medium. And the things that we don't see, the things that aren't on record, are the things that Wendi was saying to Dana about what Dan was doing, about how she was in dire straits and struggling to get to work when really she was out, well, what would you call it? Slutting about? I mean, what would you call it? I don't know what you call it. Jeff looked after the kids and the kitchen floor. Tamara Demko did all of her fucking, what do you call it? Lessons, or what do you call it? Lectures. Yeah. She has a little team. I thought about this and I tried to think, what is one thing that Wendi has ever paid for? Where does all this money go? The boys, when they got down to Florida, and I'm not referring to a record, I'm just going on my personal opinion, Dana and Harvey paid for everything for those kids. All that stuff for camp, the fucking special socks that Lincoln had to have, and we're getting his suitcase delivered. Louis, he's going to camp with a full set of Louis Vuitton suitcases, and we got a great deal, $15,000 for 2 cases. But the zippers are really good. They're really well made, and the lining.
At the end of the day, I don't know if, number one, they have enough
Minions. Yes, that's a good one.
evidence on her to convict, and number two, even if they did, she sold this exterior, this fragile princess doll exterior so well that even a jury, I think, might buy it. And it's bullshit. It is absolutely bullshit. 100%.
It is the defense counselor's duty to protect the rights of the individual, as it is the prosecution's duty to uphold and defend the laws of the state.
Is that John Turturro saying that from the movie Reasonable Doubt? Maybe. Or was it a real court person? We may never know the truth. Okay, wow, look at that. 4 hours and 4 minutes. That's pretty close. I don't know how that really happens. I guess I only notice it when it's working well. But yeah, we're pretty tight. So, yeah, there she is again. Let's just give it a couple of minutes.
And so we had put off this conversation about our son's school and where he was going to go, and he, I can't, I know a lot of people didn't love him, but not anyone who would, like, hate him.
Okay.
He meant well. Everyone that knew him knows that he means well, but he can be a little, like, argumentative.
Right.
But not, he didn't owe anyone money. He didn't do anything except work and take care of his kids. He wasn't involved in anything bad.
Okay.
I can't believe this is happening.
I know. And he was a professor at the law school, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And your divorce has been 2 years, or the total separation, I'm assuming?
Total separation's been 2 years. Our divorce was finalized last summer around this time.
Okay.
He wouldn't do this to himself. He has a girlfriend now.
Do you know his girlfriend?
I met her once in the last couple of weeks. She was visiting.
Yeah.
She lives in New York.
I met her when my dad had to chaperone me round there because I was too angry to go alone. The fuck? Imagine that. You're Dan Markel. All you want to do is move on, start a new relationship that makes you think, God, what the fuck was I doing with that bitch? That crazy bitch. What was I thinking? This is so much better. I'm so glad that I'm out of that shit. Yeah. That's what he's thinking. And he just wants a nice handover. Come and pick up the kids. This is Amy. Welcome. She's safe. She loves the boys. She's got children herself, a son, a little older, but simple, civil, normal, cordial. No, Wendi shows up with Harvey by her side at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Oh, look, it's the evil dentist.
Okay. Do you know anything about her?
I know some things about her. She's also a law professor. I know she's recently divorced and she has a son. I don't know if her divorce is final, but I think recently divorced.
Where's she a law professor at?
At NYU.
Yeah, good point, Neverly darling. We should go. We should close it down. We should say goodnight. We should say happy birthday, Metrix. Oh. Should we show those pictures? My mother sent me some pictures of baby Metrix. I'm just showing them because they're in South Beach. And imagine if Wendi Adelson had been right behind me. So when I was in 1988, how old was Wendi? 9, right? She's 1979, yeah? Yeah. A 9-year-old Wendi could have been right behind me. Boom! Look at him. Yeah. South Beach. In the late 80s. What kind of place was it then? What kind of place is it now? Is that Harvey in the background? Could be. Where's the other one? Palm trees. That's very Miami. And then out on the west coast, boom, look at that. Nothing like a Mexican Buick. There's one more next to a genuine San Diego fire truck. Look at that. From sea to shining sea. Anybody will say good night We'll say come back tomorrow. What are we doing tomorrow? This Prince Andrew thing's pretty interesting, isn't it? I mean, fucking hell, the guy could do life in prison. That's incredible. Incredible. So we got to do that interview. I was thinking to do that Sunday, and maybe a Corey Richins catch-up tomorrow. I don't know. Because the trial starts Monday, this Monday, February 23rd. We're doing daily, evening, what is it? Updates, breakdowns, something. We're doing something in the evening to do with Corey Richins daily. Follow us, subscribe, share, leave a comment. Yeah, and thanks for coming. Thank you to the chatters, the super chatters, the super coffee go-getters, the super sticker givers, and the bulletproof Metrix moderators. And so many welcomes to Neverly Darling, Riding Shotgun, Christ in a Rose, and Spacey Dove. Great to see you guys here. Yeah, we'll be in touch. We'll be in touch real soon. Real soon. Recaps. Thank you. Recaps. That's what we're doing. Recaps. Nightly, 9 o'clock, Eastern, Metrix, Corey Richins. Boom. Okay. Good night, everybody. Have a safe drive home. Be kind to each other. Don't be like Wendy. Don't be like Donna. Don't be like Charlie. Be more like Judge Everett. Every day. If you try and be like Judge Everett every day for the rest of your life, you'll probably be okay. And that is the best advice I could give anybody. Good night, everybody. Bye.